Hey, everybody. Welcome back to today's live stream. Let's hope the audio is working. It looks like it is. All right, fantastic. How are you guys doing on this wonderful Sunday afternoon? Looks my phone is charging slow. Goodness gracious, I got to get a new charger for my phone because I woke up the other day, my phone was at like 30% charge. And I was like, what is going on right now? I guess it slow charged to death overnight. And then I was like the whole day just like constantly plugging it in and trying to get all that stuff working. How are you guys doing today? Hello there. Yo, yo, yo. Bear Gun Productions, Marvin Studios. Welcome into the chat. Welcome in. A little more red back there today. I turned up the red brightness. That might be too much. We'll have to like go through and maybe adjust it accordingly. You know what I got to do right now? I don't have a Python script for this yet, but I have this like folder structure I like to have every week on my live streams, and I keep having to like manually copy the folder from the previous week because I'm too lazy to make a template folder. So that is what I'm doing right now, is I'm just making a template folder and we're going to do it that way. Your week hasn't been amazing, mostly down to the fact that I have a cold. Oh no. Oh no. You can't start off spooky season with a cold. That's no fun. Well then, I hope you are feeling better soon there, Bear Gun Productions. Try the tea. I think the tea is the best. I freaking love tea when I'm not feeling well. It always makes everything a lot better. Okay, I got myself a copy. I'm gonna call this underscore template for right now. Okay, great. So I showed this stuff before, but I like to have my files kind of like organized like this. Oh wait, what is this old crap? Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I already? So I already had it in here. I'm an idiot. Okay. Well, that's fine. I could probably just delete this folder for right now. And then under our streams here, I've got this template as well. And then I like to have everything kind of organized here. I'll probably delete that for right now. I have a pipeline folder usually on like our main system. And what I like to do is I like to just copy paste these folders every single time I'm creating a new stream. This is actually because we only ever do one VFX shot on these live streams, and the way I like to do it is have my shots organized on a per shot basis. So that way when I'm working on stuff, I have specific folders for everything to be in. I've talked a lot about this before. It's pretty industry standard. It's not any groundbreaking new stuff that I'm doing here. Okay, guys, let's get into today's stream. I'm thinking we're going to kick off a wonderful spooky October with a haunted graveyard, which was suggested by a buddy of mine on Discord. Now, if you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure to do that. Link to that is in the description below. And of course, I want to give a special shout out to our wonderful Patreon subscribers right here who help make these live streams possible. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. To be honest, it hasn't been so bad now, but start of the week just had a very sore throat. Oof, those are the worst. And sometimes you get those sore throats when you're not even like sick. Like it's just like you slept wrong or something like that. I've gotten those in the past. That is no bueno, my friend. No bueno. Yeah, I have found that I don't get sick all that often. Not as often as some of my friends who seem to be sick every other week. But I got no secrets for you there. I think that like whenever I do get sick, you know how you get that feeling right before you get sick? Like right before you actually get sick where your body starts to feel tired. That's when I just start drinking a lot of tea with honey. and I'll be like, okay, we're going to get preemptive sleeping in. We're going to take showers. We're going to get clean. We're going to be happy. We're going to have a good time. And that's what we're going to have. Also positive mentality. That is, I don't know if that helps or not. I'm not a doctor, guys. What would I know? What would I know? Okay. So, I will say, before we begin, let's talk about some movies. I, on my letterbox, have been updating my movies this week with a lot of stuff that I've watched this week. I watched Ed Wood, actually. Now I've seen Ed Wood before. If you guys haven't seen it, it's a fun old Johnny Depp, Tim Burton, masterpiece. It's about an old Hollywood director. And then I also last night I watched what was it called? Bring Her Back, which was directed by those two YouTubers, Danny and Michael Filippo. If you guys haven't seen that movie, it's a fun one. I I like their first one, I think, better personally. I'm not gonna give any spoilers to any of it, but I did like their first movie that they directed a bit better. This one felt like it was lacking in the horror department, and I don't know if it was really trying to be a horror film. I thought it was. So I just felt like the characters were there, the story was there. I loved the concept. I loved, a lot about it. Yes, the directors have talked to me, dude. That movie, I think the thing is that movie also had some great, maybe not memeable moments, but it helped make it popular with the music, with like the cutting and the pacing of that film. Talk to me, that it really felt more. I don't know a better way of saying this other than it felt very commercialized in a good way, not in a bad way. And so it felt very polished and like a real big featured like studio picture. Whereas the Bring Her Back felt more like an indie production, which was interesting because technically it's in the reverse. A24 did the both of those movies, but they bought Talk to Me after it went to festivals, after the movie was basically completely finished. Whereas Bring Her Back was kind of an A24 production from the very beginning. So, not that I think, I mean, I don't know. I personally think Talk to Me was quite a bit better, and I'm curious to know, and I hope one day to ask, or maybe this will never pop up in any conversations, but I theorize almost that the studio had a little bit more oversight on the Bring Her Back than the original creation of Talk to Me, which, when you're a young director trying to get into the industry and it's like your breakout film, I feel like you're going to put a little bit more love and passion into it. I think that's one thing. But then also there's not really that much oversight into your production because especially when they were kind of not self-financing it, but they were really finding the investors themselves. They were producing the film themselves. It wasn't their money necessarily, but in a sense that they were finding the investors, bringing that money in, and like people were trusting them with that to create that film. They maybe had a little bit more oversight into the script. I don't know. I'm kind of curious if Bring Her Back had a little bit more studio notes associated with it. So I don't know. I don't know. I am curious if anyone else has any theories about that. Let me know. I don't know if you guys have seen Bring Her Back or not, but that was my horror film of the week. I think I'm gonna watch Trick or Treat tonight. It was suggested by a buddy, so that's my next horror movie that I'm gonna be getting into. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if it's good or not, but I'm gonna check that out after today's live stream is up, of course. But for right now, we're gonna get into some fun animated kind of style Blender stuff. And I created this photo inside of, I know, bad. Is on Netflix. Bring Her Back was on HBO Max, which is like Max. I don't know if it's on other streaming services. I know Trick or Treat is also on HBO Max. That was the movie I was going to go watch last night when Bring Her Back popped up on like the screen, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that film was already out. I completely, like, I've been out of it, guys. The last few months, I've been working on a film. My brain has not been like, what has come out? When is it coming out? But I was so out of it. I didn't even know that movie was already out. But yeah, it's on HBO Max. I think it premiered on there. I don't really know if it had a theatric run. I'll be honest, I completely missed it. So it's unfortunate that I missed it. I was hoping to catch it in theaters, but I didn't think it was coming out till October. Surprised it was already out. It's interesting that both movies seem to have similar storylines in the grief aspect, but seem to have different takes on it. I haven't seen Bring Her Back though, so I don't know exactly. Yeah, I would probably agree. I don't want to spoil anything for you. I do think that I feel like every movie is worth watching. So I would never tell someone not to go watch any type of movie, even if it was like a really bad movie. And I know this isn't like, so you probably don't ever want to ask me for advice of whether or not to go watch something. Because I think that there is something to, as artists, as creators, as filmmakers ourselves, there is something to always be learned from a movie. whether it's a good film or a bad film. And I actually find that to be especially true in the world of horror, because there are things that maybe you thought would have worked, or ways in which to tell the stories. And I do really find that watching all types of movies gives you a better kind of scope or understanding of what movies are. People that only go watch blockbuster movies are going to have a very different opinion of what cinema is, or what storytelling is, in comparison to someone who watches all sorts of different types of movies. And that's just because if you're only watching, $200 million movies, $150 million movies, then your idea of what a movie is so skewed. Also, the way in which those stories are told, things like that. Like, I do find that, like, if you are really only watching stuff that is, is that caliber of quality, that maybe your expectations of what quality is going to be skewed. But then also, I don't find that those scripts are necessarily even more compelling than sometimes indie stuff. So if you went and tried to watch an indie film that had a great compelling story to it, characters, world building, things like that, that your idea of what a movie is, you'd be like, well, this is a terrible movie, but also I kind of liked it and I don't understand it. And that would break your brain. So anyways, I think people should watch all sorts of movies. I think you should watch bad movies that are even everyone says are bad, just so that you know what not to do, or it just gives you ideas on ways to better iterate upon it. Trick or Treat is a fun watch. I think you'll enjoy it. Yeah, I do want to watch that. I want to watch that. There's the new Conjuring movie out. I wanted to watch that this weekend, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to it. And then the new Black Phone 2, which, dude, I am excited about that one as well. I was a huge fan of the first movie. I do kind of want to rewatch the first one again, just to check it out again. But yeah, the first movie of Black Phone was phenomenal, and it's so funny, like, just how well paced it was, like the entirety of that story. And Ethan Hawke is just absolutely killer, as well as all of the kids that are in that film. They did really well. And I don't know if that's just the actors themselves, or if it's the director as well, or the editors. Like, there's so much that goes into it, as well as a good script. So the trailers look really good for Black Phone 2. So I'm pretty excited about that. Me, after watching Citizen Kane, I'd have made it better. Hey, wow. Okay. Hey, I didn't watch Citizen Kane, and I know this is blasphemous to say as a person who wants to, direct films and make movies. I didn't watch it till like a year or two ago. I watched it after, there's a movie that went up for Oscars called Mank. And I think, was it Mank or something like that? And it was about the writer who wrote Citizen Kane, I think. Right? Is that what, am I getting this correct? Anyways, that movie came out. Watch that movie. I did enjoy that movie. It was a good movie. It's like one of those types of movies that it's like weird, like, because I get why it gets nominated for an Oscar, because it's like culturally relevant, blah blah blah. But it's also one of those movies that's like, you'll watch it once, you'll never watch it again. I don't think I'll ever watch that movie again. But there are movies that I do think you watch many, many times, and you can get something new out of it every single time you watch it. And that's other Oscar nominated and Oscar winning movies, such as, Parasite. That movie you can watch many, many times, and you'll get something new out of it every single time you watch it. But Citizen Kane, it was so funny. I watched it, and you do have to kind of put yourself in the, like, okay, time period. Also, it's the first time anything like this had been done, and things like that. I do think that's a bit of a crutch. I think that that's great for when the movie it comes out. I think it's great to be like, okay, I really liked this movie, and it changed my perspective on life and filmmaking and storytelling, and that's okay. But I'm wondering, and I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm under the mind that, yes, you can have those culturally phenomenal films, but that doesn't mean that forevermore they have to be the greatest film of all time, right? Because there can be other movies that iterate better after it, and that's okay. And I think examples of that, and this is going to sound sacrilegious, so hopefully I'm not going to lose you guys here. I love Star Wars. I do. And I love it so much. It got me into doing visual effects. It got me into making movies. That's all I wanted to do growing up. But to say the original Star Wars are still, some of the greatest cinema storytelling films, I think is unfortunate because I think that they were culturally revolutionary. I think today people still talk about them, people still love those movies, and that's great. But if you were to make that exact same story with Luke going to destroy the Death Star right now, I'm not quite sure that it would still hit, even if it was the first time that it happened. I just people's I think at the moment in time that it came out, same with Citizen Kane, same with a lot of these movies that came out when they came out originally, like Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters is a great example of this. Ghostbusters, I don't think is that great of a movie show series, or it's just a movie. Right? I don't even know if there's a second one, but I didn't watch that till way later in life. I didn't have that nostalgia factor. And I wonder if nostalgia is the thing that carries us into the future with these movies. Cause sometimes people look very fondly back on movies, and I'm wondering if it's from a nostalgia point of view or if it's actually because that movie was good and it deserves it. So yes, I got to catch up on messages here. Sold The Last Rites. Can't wait to watch it. Have you seen The Nun? Okay, I haven't seen I think I've seen the first one. I haven't seen the second one of the Nun series. The Conjuring series with like all of the additional movies that were coming out afterwards were so interesting because I feel like most of them weren't super, super great. I watched all of the Annabelle films. I watched The Curse of La Llorona. I didn't really enjoy that all that much. They were kind of like, they're very, what's the best way to describe it? They feel like studio, and like they feel like studio horror films. I think that's the best way to say it. And there's 3 Conjuring films out right now, right? Or is it 2? I think it's no. There's 3, and this is the 4th one, right? How many Conjuring films are there? I get this so confused. Okay, so this is the 4th one. Gotcha. And the 3rd one, okay, so the first one was great. I really loved the first one. The second one was pretty good. Though I personally, probably would say that it wasn't as good as the first one. It left a little bit to be desired, but it wasn't that much worse. Like, it just wasn't as good as the first one. And then the 3rd one came out, and I remember watching it and being like, wow, they really made the Conjuring films into like a Marvel kind of like superhero thing. And I haven't seen this new one yet, but I guarantee you it's probably the same thing. I don't know. I mean, I have no clue, but I have a feeling that it's like all the villains come in and they're like, oh, it's curses from everywhere and whatever. At this point, you think you've seen almost all the horror movies on Netflix. It's really hard to get a good one to watch these days. So I got to go to HBO Max. HBO Max is pretty good with the horror stuff. Netflix, I find to be better with comedy films and documentaries. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, if you guys have any recommendations of movies to watch, I always say, this is my question. I go, what horror movie, and I think this is, especially relevant right now in this month. What horror movie can you not believe that people haven't seen? What horror movie can you not believe that people haven't seen? And I love that because that hopefully will make you think of a movie that is pretty underrated, but it's amazing. And it's something that you're like, wow, I think everybody should watch this. It's some indie film maybe, or it just went under the radar for whatever reason, bad marketing, bad whatever. It happens a lot, actually. Movies get bad reviews because maybe not enough people went and watched it. Or it will get pretty good reviews, but then no one will watch it because, it just came out on a weekend that Top Gun came out or whatever. Like sometimes that happens and then it's like a straight to DVD or it goes straight to streaming. And then especially nowadays with streaming movies, like if a movie just comes out and goes straight to streaming, if they don't have great advertising, no one will ever hear about it. You like the first Conjuring, love the second one. Third one was disappointing for me mostly because I think the way they marketed it made it out like it was the last one, which it wasn't. No, it was very much like a superhero, like people were flying through the air using force. I don't remember it totally. I only watched the movie once, but this was my recollection. Was I remember it was like, like using the force, and I was like, what movie are we watching right now? It doesn't even feel like a Conjuring universe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Well, hey, that's our movie talk for today. Let's look at what we're going to be creating inside of Blender. Today's going to be a bit of a stream. I'm going to be making this bad boy, which will be interesting. We're going to try to make everything here in Blender today, texture it, light it, and hopefully render it out. Which is a bit of an ask. I don't want to do part 1, part 2 live streams in this month because I feel like we only get so many October, Spooktober live streams. So I don't want to take that up with too many part 1, part 2s. So hopefully we can finish this up pretty quickly. I have some ideas in order to do this. I feel like this is a pretty simple render. I could be wrong, and I more than likely am, but that's okay. That's what learning is. That's what trying to push ourselves to do something ridiculously stupid is. But I think the more challenging parts for me on this will be this kind of like roof. We'll have to figure that out. A good way of doing that where it doesn't feel too copy pasted. The sky probably will be a little difficult. Maybe, I don't know. Throw a lot of atmosphere in there. I think we could probably copy that effect quite well. And then the grass. I mean, pretty much there's a decent amount of difficult things on this. So let's not get too caught up in the weeds about what is or is not possible. Let's jump into Blender. So what I always like to do with this type of stuff, I have this photo, and this photo, by the way, I just want to real quick say, this is an AI generated Midjourney photo. Then I took it into Photoshop and I removed all the weird crap that was on it, but then, you know, I still have some weird crap. We're just using it as reference, so we're not trying to copy it exactly, but we do want to make this inside of 3D entirely in Blender. So with that being said, we do have a little bit of creative liberty on this. I'm going to set the camera to about right here, and we're going to keep it probably 1920 by 1080 for right now. Though, yeah, I mean, that's what this is. Sometimes I like to make these renders widescreen because that makes it cooler. It looks more cinematic that way. But in this particular case, I think we should be fine with this. I'm also going to set the render engine to cycles, and then we're going to use GPU compute for our rendering type. Guys, did you hear about that new feature that NVIDIA is releasing with like you can basically render out one sample and then it'll denoise it perfectly? I just heard a podcast that was talking about that, and I am very excited about that feature because that will be huge for that'll be huge for just faster renders. Gone are the days of bad real-time rendering. I don't like real-time render engines personally, so I can't wait until that is a thing. Okay, we're going to save this over into our 3D work folder. I'll call this version 1 for right now. I'm going to do save Blender file. Okay, I mean, for the most part, when doing this, I like to try to set the camera up as best as possible. We'll just delete the light for right now. We're going to kind of delete this cube as well. But for right now, let's set this camera up. The camera pretty much is just slightly facing a little bit upwards. And, you know, I probably also set the focal length here to something like 35 millimeters for the lens. Get away with whatever we want here, but I feel like this is probably better for us. Next up, let's create a plane here. This will be our, you know, our ground plane that we want to have. And then we're going to start organizing our stuff. So I like to have a separate collection called layout. And then I'll make this main collection here called camera. And then as we start to create lights and things like that, we'll be able to separate all of those things inside of our collections up here. But for right now, I think this should be totally fine and totally enough. You're not seeing the NVIDIA thing, but it does sound interesting. Yeah, I think I saw Andrew Price talking about it on a podcast. And I think the really cool thing about it is that no one really liked real-time rendering like Eevee. I feel like it was just like you had to use it type of thing. And what I'm really excited about is that this will make it so that, you know, this will make it so that won't be necessary anymore. I never was a fan of real time rendering. The really only reason why people went into Unreal Engine and things like that were because they didn't really have an option. They wanted faster rendering, and it wasn't because it was higher quality, it was just because it's faster. And I think as we are going to see technology progress in the area of graphics cards and how that's going to kind of change animation, I think that this will make it so that rendering on GPU inside of, like Blender with like ray tracing will be so fast that there will be no reason to do things other ways. Um, and I think there are some things that we might be looking forward to seeing in the future with AI and how that's going to progress rendering. Um, I tend to think that AI probably in the future will be a form of rendering, like a render engine, if you will. I think that'll be how, it's going to be. I don't know. That's just my theory and kind of like what I foresee it being. Because if you really think about how AI works, is it needs an input. And so if your input is animation, then you can output additional animation with rendering. And that's going to be kind of like how I think the AI is going to work. I'm hoping that's the case. I for sure think that'll definitely be used that way. Whether or not that's the main use of it, I doubt that text prompting to AI is going to be around for very much longer. I think that's just the form of input right now because it's a very easy form of input in comparison to trying to iterate upon images or video for temporal consistency. Okay, we want subdivision surface, I think. So we're just going to smooth this out a little bit. I'll do shade smooth for right now. And then this will be kind of like our hillside here. I think we want a little bit more of a baby bump, if you will, right here in the center. Let's bring that down. Have I tested the new Unreal Engine 5.6? I haven't. Unreal Engine graphics have been getting crazy. Yeah, but I think like they're trying to, what they do is they emulate. They're not actual ray tracing. So no matter even if it does get it really, really, really good, it's just going to be emulating. And I don't know. My opinion has never been really high of Unreal Engine. I've always kind of been I guess a bit of a hater, I don't know, of using game engines for rendering. I don't know. That's just been my thing on it. I don't like the interface of Unreal Engine, and that has kind of like dictated a lot of my opinions. I saw this game from trailer from Kojima, I think, and of course it's Kojima. It's called Odie Knock, and the metahumans looked real. Yeah, but you also got to realize that you're right. It's Kojima, and like anybody with like $1 billion is gonna make something look good. That's that. I don't like the like those Unreal Engine tests that they were doing, where they made like the Matrix City and things like that. That's like one of those things where it's like you got to be careful looking at those example projects because they've got like 100 people working on that for 6 months. Of course, it's gonna look good. I sure hope it looks good. Okay, I unfortunately need to rotate this a little bit more here, and then I think that's good. Let's go over here, and then we'll just bring that down. Okay, and now we're going to start building out some of this house over here. But yeah, I guess you're right. Video games in general have been getting pretty dang good with their graphics over the last. But it's like they hit a point where I think like graphics just look real, and that's awesome. But that's also why I think we're seeing more and more stylized things. I think we definitely saw that in animation, because they stopped like for a while there. I don't know if it's coming back or when it's coming back, but for a while they stopped doing the kind of realistic animated films, like Pixar and stuff like that. They started doing these kind of like stylized rendered animated films. And I don't know if that's only a temporal thing because like, Spider-Verse did so well that everybody was like freaking out and they realized they had to copy them or something. Because then we got like Puss in Boots, we've got like, everything started doing it. They did Puss in Boots, they did Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Um why there we go. Okay. And personally, I've always been more of a fan. I mean, this is just my personal taste. I've always been more of a fan of the kind of like realistic rendering ray traced like films. I've never been a fan of the stylized render. Not that I'm not a fan of like the Spider-Verse style, but I just think it's so overdone at this point. I just want people to try new things. Um, and I think that they also use it as a bit of a crutch on the movies to basically just make a film with that style. I don't know. It's not cheaper. I'm not saying it's cheaper, but it just feels like, oh, we can get away with this kind of like stylized render effect. Great, let's do it. Versus, trying to make the best movie possible. It's probably why there's such a drastic change with Shrek's characters because they cannot deny that the human characters look ugly. Yeah, but that's always been a thing, hasn't it? With DreamWorks films is the kind of ugly human characters that they would have. I feel like that's always been a thing. Probably to about there. Yeah, I haven't. What does the new humans look like on the Shrek film? Did they make the humans look better? I know they made Shrek look better. I saw that. That's so funny. Let's do that. It's pretty simple. Let's wait a second. Let's try it. Just gonna deselect the center ones. There we go. And then we'll deselect all of these ones as well. Just basically the outlines that we want. And then we'll bevel those slightly. There we go. Can I not even dream about this moment, please? Guess not. That's probably gonna really break it. Yeah. Oh well. Mostly going off the most recent Puss in Boots movie and Shrek's design in general. Yeah, well, the most recent Puss in Boots movie was like that kind of like stylized effect, whereas the new Shrek movie trailer that they dropped a few months back was kind of like this, like very, very different to Shrek movie trailer. 20 Shrek 5 official teaser trailer. Yeah, they did this like they did this effect, guys. This is the Shrek trailer. We watched this before. It was this look at him. Look at him. Like that's so different than the original Shrek. What the hell is this crap? One second. Like, is this the original Shrek? Original Shrek versus Shrek redesign. I think that's the. I think this might be the original Shrek versus like the new one where he's like rounder almost. Look at that, how he's like so much more square. The glow up on Shrek is real. 100% it's real. Look at this. Like this was so much squarer, and like you think his nose is bigger? No, it's the same. It's kind of wild. It's so funny though. But yeah, no, they did a total like redo of like the design of Shrek. Okay, and let's also wait. Can we bevel this stuff? Is that possible? What happens if we do that? Oh, that's nice. I like it. And then of course this breaks everything. I think because I was beveling, I have a feeling that I'm not supposed to do that. I have a feeling that I wasn't supposed to have a good time while modeling freaking stuff, dude. I had a feeling. We're gonna just delete that straight up. Probably should delete this one as well. We'll do edges. And we'll delete vertices on that guy. Gonna have to be more specific when typing original Shrek, since you'll likely come across the original 1995 test footage version of him rather than the official early 2000s. I guess you're right, but did they ever release the test footage versions? I don't. Did they? I didn't know that they released the original test footage versions. Okay. What are we doing here? I need to probably just make my life a little bit easier here, guys. So we're gonna fill in. Did I really? That was the original Shrek. Okay, I'll go back to it at some point. I didn't know that that was the original test stuff. Also wasn't reading, so there was that. I just was clicking on things. I was like, yeah, that's the crappiest looking version of Shrek. We'll go and use that as our example of my hypothesis. Just that was a typical a really nice moment there where Connor did the most dumb debate method, which was find a source that agrees with you and just use it. Doesn't matter what the source is. All right, let's hide this for right now. I'm just trying to do this the right way, okay? Trying to do it the right way. And I don't know if this is centered. I think it is. So what we can also do with this is I can select all the vertices over here and we just delete them. Whoopsies. Let's do that again. And then we just fill that down. Yeah, I don't think we need to scale that at all. Okay. And then now we can create quads a little better. I also probably will go to the side here, and then if we delete everything on this side, then we'll just mirror later, so that way we only have to do this once. Because I'm lazy and I don't want to do it another time. Oh, my film just went to another festival the other day, which was really cool. Got great feedback on it. If you guys haven't seen my short film, then go check it out. It's on the YouTube channels. Of course, most of you guys here have seen it, so I'm just speaking to nobody. But yeah, no, it was a very cool thing. I got a lot of great feedback on it. I unfortunately wasn't able to make it. It was over in Pennsylvania, and right now my life has been very busy with work. I have nonstop been working, which it's great. It's one of those things that it's like when it rains, it pours, and you just got to be happy and ready for it. you know? Don't be angry about the 14-hour work days, Connor. Just be grateful that you got a job. And that's the way I feel. Let's see, we're gonna probably need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more. So let's do 9, I think. I think if we just press F, we can fill upwards. Oh, so it was 10. I thought I was being smart about it because I remembered that Blender did this like weird thing where the numbers were off. What's in the works? Currently we are recreating this image over here inside of Blender. So I just finished this crap, and then now we've got to add our mirror modifier, and then once we add that mirror modifier, I think we also mirror this way as well. Now let's go ahead and apply that. And then now when I select the outside edge, or really everything, god damn, dude, why do I have the worst problems? Should just be able to. I did this whole thing to be able to bevel the edge, and then I can't. Let's just fake the bevel. That's what I like to do. I like to fake my bevels. Let's do probably here, and then we'll just scale that up. And then we'll do this one a little more so. Who said you need a real bevel when you can just fake it? Fake it till you make it. All right, let's scale that out. We'll do auto smooth. I like that a lot better. Okay, fantastic. So now we've got our little hillside here. And then if we place this image in, we can rotate it. Now, it's going to have a little bit of distortion that I don't exactly want to match. Yeah. Something like that. And then let's use a little bit of proportional editing. Okay. Let's grab this bottom here, and then we'll move that down. Awesome, guys. We got our first headstone in. Now, the great thing about headstones is you can mostly duplicate these, though I think all of these headstones in this image are different. And that's cool, actually. So we're going to do it too. I like how you did all of that most complicated way imaginable. 100%. Sometimes overthinking is the way of doing, all right? That's the way we do it around here. All right, let's grab this, and I like to just shape this. We're not going to use mirrors this time, okay? We're going to turn that off for right now. The only way is the Connor Thomas way. Yes. I'm sorry that you thought that there was an easier way of doing this. There is not. It is my way or the highway. Can I? Ha! Who needs a bevel when you can just fake it like that? I dare you. Don't prove me wrong. All right, and then we'll. Oh, can I not? Wait a second. I cannot. Can I not not? Gosh darn it! 1 second. I got an idea. Oh, I can't even do it right there. Why? What did I do to break the sacred edge loop extravaganzas? Beautiful guys. Shortcut cuts you shot, man. I don't know what that means. Shortcut cuts you. Shortcut cuts? What shortcut cuts? I swear I'm not doing any crazy shortcuts. All right, probably want this a little further back. Can we get this a little further back? Like somewhere like right there, please? I think my overall like mountainside here needs to be brought down. So let's do that. Wait, did I delete it? What the heck? I was like, where did my guy go? Okay. And then this is supposed to be further back, I think, or something. Or there's supposed to be a little bit more hillside here. Beveled edge won't let you place seams, which is kind of stupid, by the way. But what you can do is just do it right, Connor. That's what you can do. Stop being an idiot and just do it the right way. Okay. Well, I like to do it the wrong way. One thing I am trying to do in the next couple weeks is go to Halloween Horror Nights at Universal. I don't know. Are you guys much of horror maze people? I think they're fun. And it's hard to convince friends to go to them because everyone's like, I don't want to get scared. And it's like, I don't know how to tell you this, but you don't get scared when you go to Halloween Horror Nights. They're just kind of fun things to do. We're going to make you a little straighter and boom. Here we go, guys. Take you all the way down there. I like this method of finding the correct height. Spooky. Spooky, scary skeletons. Send shivers down your spine. Oh, I like that effect actually also. That's actually pretty cool. Can we do bevel on this? You can. Oh, well, we want the 30 there. I think this amount. Um, British people typically don't really do Halloween, not the extent of America at least. Oh, well, you're missing out there, dude. I think it's fun. I like it's funny because it's like it wasn't meant to be like a fun holiday type thing when it was created or invented. But it I think it's just a fun kind of like thing to do. It's a fun time of year. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to fix it later when it doesn't look correct with shading. Okay, now let's duplicate this guy and we are on our way. I don't know what well, British people. I don't know what part of England that you're in or the UK in general. But I was there for like a solid freaking 2 months, dude. I spent time in London, and Liverpool, and then I went over to Germany and I went to France. I was there for 2 months. It was very fun. First time actually. Okay, then we'll get some of these smaller headstones back there kind of situated as well. Probably duplicate this guy. So let's just do a new window here just to make things a little easier. And then I'm just going to put a camera view here. And then under our camera, I'm going to set the viewport display. Oh, sorry. Go to camera selection here. And then you go to viewport display. I was like, where'd it go? And then turn the pass through all the way up. I like to do that. And then now, let's grab this guy and then just start moving him around. So probably place him here. Probably about there. In the foreground, you could easily switch him out for Jack Skellington from Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a separate Jack Skellington live stream specific, but you're right. We could totally do that. I think for this stream, I might not, just because I think it'll take a lot longer to 3D model Jack Skellington. And again, I would kind of rather be done with this stream in one go. That's cool. And then let's grab this guy again. Duplicate you all the way back to here. And then we'll just rotate you something like that. Should be cool. I messed stuff up. I certainly did there, guys. Let's grab this vein here, I think, and then it's pretty cool. And then we'll take this one as well, and then move you to right there. And I guess one more. So let's take this guy. Cool. So there's our headstones off into the distance there. And then now let's start to form out the rough of the house here. And then we've got so much detailing to add to everything. Let's go ahead and save our work as we're going. Hit that save button if you guys haven't already. You know, when I started these live streams, it was supposed to be like a, hey, we're going to model this together type thing. But I don't think a single person has ever tried to model the exact same photo that I was trying to model. So I don't think that really worked out that way. That was the original concept. I was like, oh man, it would be really cool like if people were trying to create the exact same thing that I'm creating at the exact same time. Yeah, no. Didn't work out that way. Okay, let's we're going to just extrude this upwards and kind of scale it in. A lot more on this one. And again, more on this one. Just not exactly a straight up roof. You know, if you were rich enough, you'd want to be buried in a mausoleum. There's still time. What does that entail to get in a mausoleum? I think that's good for the design there for the roof. And we're just going to have to, I guess, grab this on the y-axis and let's do this. Well, I should have done that before. I like this. And all I need to do is grab this back in, I think. That's good design. Very wackadoodle. It's a wackadoodle. You know, I really haven't thought about how I want to get buried. I think, like, I don't know. I haven't thought about it at all. And now I'm thinking about it. And I don't know. Don't know. Would you want to be indoors or outdoors? Would you want a view? Would you want to be in the countryside? I don't think I care. You know? People cared? I guess people care. I've had family buried inside and outside. You do bridge the gap here? Or what are we doing? I think we're doing like Rotate Y 90 degrees. We're going to do a bridge edge loops. And then it'll pull up this menu. I think what we can do is we can increase the number of cuts. What does that do? What the heck? Bridge edge loops. Sorry. When I press F3, it just whatever. And we'll do the same thing here. I think I have to somehow do this. And that looks terrible. So now we have to go in and fix it. That's what life's all about, everybody. It's just fixing everything you break. Oh my goodness. I also know that it's so far away. Buried in a McDonald's parking lot. Oh, well, you get a lot of visitors if you're buried in a McDonald's parking lot. Okay, so I like that. That's cool. Let's yeah, let's do this outside of it so that way I can. And are you the type of person that wants to haunt people for the rest of your life? Like it, or eternity, I guess. Talking about horror movies. Okay, we're gonna rotate this. And then I think we're gonna rotate it like this. There we go. You just finished working on your first game in Unreal. Dude, that's awesome. Is it good? Do I get to play it on live stream? We're talking about how we want to be buried. Welcome to today's live stream. Okay, how do we get that to split off like that easy? I just know it's not going to be easy. We'll just split that down the middle. So then this goes upwards like that. I don't even know what that is. Is that a bone? It's still in production. I thought you said you just finished. I'm just finished working on. Oh, you're finished working on it. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said you were finished working on, as if you were finished. Finished. Is it about choosing where you want to be buried? Because that is the topics of today, I guess. When you do a live stream about making a haunted graveyard, I feel like you're going to incur some discussions about that. pretty cool. I like that. What's up, Alexander? Welcome to the chat. AI houses can be weird despite being absolutely no reason for them to be because I have no idea what the structure on the roof is supposed to be. Yeah. This photo was totally done in AI, which is also why I probably need this to be more like right there. We're going to have to take a few creative liberties with this for sure. And yo, it's a Vatican shotgun. Welcome into the chat. Is that like a Christmas hat that's on top of the thing over there? I don't even know. And Nikki's, what's up, man? Okay. Now we got to figure out how we're gonna do all these tiles. I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And you can't make me. Yeah, you can. I feel like the placement is pretty much done now for everything. We kind of have everything where we want it. Got this not so good looking cross here. That's fine. And then that's cool. It's just it is what it is. Um Hey Nickies, yeah, anything new? Well, we're just talking about where we want to get buried. You want to get buried inside or outside when you die? And then and like where? You know, like in the mountains in like a nice looking forest or would you want like where is ideal location to be buried? That's our conversation for today, I suppose. Oh, that's probably good there. I'll have to make a lantern on the moon. Yo, you know what's funny? I was thinking about this the other day when I saw they were sending people to like Mars already. I'm like, dude, I actually almost want to do it. Like that would be cool, right? You know, like get that out of your system. This is a pretty big cross. Do that. I have a feeling the grass is going to cover it a little bit more. Mars? What a nice topic. Yo, you know, when you're working on a haunted graveyard, like anything is up for grabs on that. Hey Nathaniel, welcome into the chat. How are you doing today? I've been seeing some of your live streams. Pretty cool, man. All right, let's make some of the tiles on the roof here. I don't know the best way to do this. I don't know an automated. I do not know an automated way of doing it. Is what I'm trying to say right now. And yeah, so we're gonna probably have to do this a little bit more manual, I suppose. So I will do it manual. We're gonna scale this down and then I'm gonna make some rough shapes here. And then I guess what do tiles even look like is really the question we should be asking ourselves. Because I don't think this AI made the tile look like how the tile actually looks. You know? Let's line that up on the surface. And yeah. I feel like if I use a modifier, it'll be better. I feel like. Hmm? all the way across with some. We'll apply the scale and then we'll add a bevel. And then let's deform. How do I do this, guys? How do I do this appropriately? I feel like there's a smart way of going about this, and I usually go about it the dumb way. What is there to do? That's the comedy film right there, guys. It's just like someone like, you know, their whole thing is like, I don't want to be that kind of a ghost. I want to be the good kind of ghost that everybody loves and whatever. But then once you're there, you're just like, wow, there's literally nothing to do. So then you're just like, you know what? Screw it. We're just gonna haunt people. And that's how it begins, is just that. Okay. That for the most part's going to work. Let's do that. I already hate it, and I haven't even done anything yet, so we're going to delete it. What is the best way to make roof tiles, guys? There's got to be a smarter way of going about this. There has to be. There has to be a smart way of doing this. That is not this way. I feel like the majority of the roofs that I've done in the past have just been like getting away with textures. You just do a texture. But yeah, I don't think that's what I want to do right now. I kind of want this to be. You think this is the right track? That's such a hard track. I mean, maybe sometimes life, the hard thing is to do the thing. Wait a second. Let's look this up. Okay, I just want to. I can't remember what modifier it would be, but the blender modifier for deforming to an object's surface, and I don't want shrink wrap. The shrink wrap will flatten it. Deform surface deform modifier. Never done this before, so we're going to try it right now. So we've got U selected, and then let's deform to the cube. Add a surface deform modifier in the modifier, click the eye drop and select the target mesh to deform. Now, and then click bind. Well, I didn't seem to do it. Unbind, vertex group. It's cube. That's cube. Magnet tool. Okay. Let's try this. Magnet. Oh, no, you said magnet tool. Wish you luck on your current endeavors. Thank you so much, Baragon Productions. Appreciate you dropping by. Text tools to do it. You would use text tools to do it. I feel like there's a deform modifier that I can use. So normally I would probably do shrink wrap, and that would get me the outline of what I wanted, and then I would bevel everything outwards from there. So that's like normally how I would do it. So if I took this, for instance, I would say shrink wrap, and I would say shrink wrap to this object. And then that would do it. And then I would apply it. And then I would go in here and then I would extrude outwards. That's normally what I would do. So I would apply shrink wrap to this object. Whoops. You apply. But that only works with flat surfaces that you're extruding out on. Oh, it's an add-on. I see what you're saying. Whereas what I'm talking about will probably be using something like a mesh deform or something like that. So I think it'll be after the array. We'll do like a mesh deform. And then to the cube. Find. I don't think that's correct. Doesn't do anything. So how to make a GIF? Well, there are websites for that. Okay, let's try this. We're gonna just duplicate this upwards, and then we're just going to manually do this, I think. Sure. And probably one less on that one. And then I'll have to like manually line all that stuff up later. But when you get time, I sent a screenshot of what I'm working on in the Discord server. Yeah, I'll check that out. As soon as I stop crying about this roof. No, there's got to be a better way of doing this, guys. There's got to be a better way of doing this. There's got to be a better way of doing this. There's got to be a better way of doing this. We're going to YouTube it. How to make roof tiles in Blender. Come on. Someone should have done it. Ah, create stunning roof tiles in Blender. See, I told you. Tile geometry nodes. Oh, goodness, geometry nodes. Roof tiling and geometry nodes, man. Oh my god. Roof shingles with one click. That's what we want. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Let's see. We're going to scale that down. Something like this, I imagine. Keep things pretty simple. And if we go this route, beautiful. And so then now, if I do subdivision surface, Okay. Let's apply that bad boy. All right, great. So now I'm going to just yeah, we're gonna do it this way. We're gonna do it so manual, but I think this will be better for it. Okay, I'm going to now spot that to side view here or something. I don't even know. Probably something like this. And then let's go to top view here. And we're just going to try lining this stuff up as best as possible. Okay, beautiful. Now the benefit of it doing it this way is that when I need missing shingles and whatever, I'll be able to manually do that. So the reason why I'm not using an array is because each one kind of individually needs to be popped out, and then there's also a weird surface that we're trying to do this on a roof, and so the array is not going to match that as best as possible. Although we do an array using a Bezier curve, that might work actually. So if I set this up with a Bezier curve, we could potentially do it that way. So if we grab everything and scale it y0, okay, I think that's good. All right, let's try this. We're just trying ideas right now, guys. We're trying things. Okay, so now if we do an array, I'm not going to get the randomness in there. Let's try 1.1, I think. And then if we do okay. Now why this is going to be annoying, I don't know, but we're going to just try one. Okay. Let's do a few of these. Oh, this is so much more annoying than I feel like it has to be. Okay. And then great. So now you just duplicate that and fantastic. Now you got your first set of shingles, which we can scale down, I suppose, now. And increase the array here all the way to the end. Great. Okay. I don't know why it doesn't match closer, but it is what it is. Okay. Okay. Now, let's see. That's fun. I hate this so much. It's not even funny. But we have shingles that look terrible. Okay, we'll save that for a moment. Rethink our life choices. I think rethinking your life choices is a good part of the creative task of making any render. Um, okay. Yes. I'm just trying to line those up a little better. I think we want less. Actually, I might go more on just this one and then just duplicate up. Okay, great. I might need to fix this edge a little bit later. Okay. I haven't given up yet, guys. We haven't given up yet. Hoping this just looks good from the camera angle. Do that, I think. All right. And then one more up. We're right about there. Close. Okay. You posted a video on your channel? Um, what did you post? Is it how to do proper roof tiling? Roof tiles. Here we go. I found your roof tile video. Okay, we're watching your roof tile video. Roof tiles in Blender. You should have said for Connor, because he's an idiot. But we're checking your video out. You. We're watching it. Mark seams. Okay. Okay, I see what you're doing here. So you're deleting faces that you don't need. You're unwrapping them. Oh, I see. So you're using an add-on. Interesting. Well, dang it, dude. I don't want to use an add-on. Oh, it's free. It's called Text Tools. Where do you get it? Blender Text Tools. Blender add-ons. GitHub. Found you. By Fran Martz. Okay. Well, we're downloading it, guys. We're going to try this. Because honestly, this is pretty unbearable. It's pretty unbearable. Let's save it there. I think it should be good. Skip to the end, see the final result. Shit will do. Are you able to get the every other? I guess not. Or at least you didn't. Looks pretty good though. Looks pretty decent. Okay, let's not have you delete this video for the next 5 minutes as I use your video to tell myself how to do this a better way. Because this is not acceptable, okay? Like, this is... Yeah, we're going to pretend we didn't do that, everybody. We're going to pretend we didn't do it, okay? We're going to pretend like it doesn't exist. All right. I installed the... let's go over here to Preferences. System... No. Add-ons. Install from disk. And I'm putting it under my Blender folder. I still have this 4.3 add-ons. Text tools. All right. Let's go into it. Let's go into it. We're going to try a new method today, everybody. It's not a new method. It's just a method Connor didn't know. I'm going to mark as a seam. Actually, I don't even remember how to mark as a seam. Mesh. Is it you? There it is. It's how often I mark seams, guys, is almost never. Yeah, I'll unwrap the roof. Don't you worry. Control Z. Do it this way. Mark the seam all the way down to the other side here. Mark seam. And probably all the way across the top. Marking the seam. Okay, so tiles going down that way, tiles going down that way, tiles going down that way, tiles going down that way. All right. Okay. Select this whole thing here. P selection. Boom. Now I've got a separate roof. Okay. This is our roof guy. And let's go split this to UV editor, I think. And then we'll do... Let's just try a regular unwrap. Let's see what happens. Mark seems cool. Unwrap. Do I have to do a smart UV project? I don't think so. I think we're good. It's not a new method. It's just a method you didn't know. That's true. That is true. Yeah, that's so angle base still keeps them all the same, which is probably because I missed a seam somewhere. Although technically they all do connect. They all do connect. Is that going to be a problem? It's probably going to be a problem. I suppose I could do one side at a time. Guys, this is a brand new method that I'm inventing on how to make tiles on a roof. Never done before in the history of CG rendering. Hmm. So now I think if I do it this way, is this a bad thing that I'm doing it this way? You forgot to add a seam to the bottom. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. You're right. Oh, I actually forgot to add a seam down the bottom here as well. I guess that's what you meant. You're right. On this brand new Connor Thomas method of creating a roof, Connor Thomas forgot to do that. that worked perfect. Thank you. Okay. Uh okay. Refresh the brain here. Tile Maker 101. I've never done tiles, okay? So we're just we're doing it the Nikki's way. This is the Nikki's way of tiles, guys. Okay, so once we've got that, then we go in and I gotta watch your video again. Cool. So you select everything. Fantastic. You select it. You select everything. Go angle based. I see that. Fantastic. You select the individual thing again. You go to text tools and then you go to create UV mesh. Fantastic. We're going to do this one by one. So we'll select this right here. We go over here to text tools, mesh tools. Whoops, I accidentally opened up the tutorial page. And then the Nikki's way is the right way. 100%. That's what I've been discovering here. We'll do create UV. Fantastic. And then I think you went and did every single other one, but I'll double check. Wait, what button did you just click? So you went to object mode and then said create UV mesh? What button did you click? What? I've only got one. Did something wrong, guys. Maybe I was supposed to select all of them. It's fine. I shall select all of them. And then we go create UV mesh. Create UV mesh. There we go. We found them. And then once you have the UV mesh, you now have the UV mesh. And then now you make yourself your tile, which, yeah, you're right. I selected one. Now the tile that we want is going to look like that. So let's try it. Let's go in, create a cube. Scale that out. Scale that down. Scale it up a little bit. We'll make it a little fatter. And we'll bevel that crap. Although I probably want to apply the scale first and then bevel it. A little longer. Okay. Now what you're saying to do is line it up and just array it. Awesome. I can do that. Probably a little too big, but why is it angled though? Okay, so now we've got that guy. We'll go to top view here. I think we are doing this the correct angle. Fantastic. Use the magnet tool to snap to the surface. Well, you could also just do Control C, but because you're just copying the rotation and then lining it up. Okay, and then now we'll add an array. And probably do it that way. And that's totally good. So now we'll just... I'm just going to continue watching your video to make sure I don't miss any beautiful steps that you've added here. Generate another array. Oh, so that's why. Okay, so you were just doing a singular array for, or a singular object for everything. I think I might want to do it this way. I'm going to do it a little bit more manual. Think what we want, or at least what I want, is to have every other, because the tiles shouldn't line up. In fact, actually, some tiles should be smaller than other tiles. Let me just continue watching your video to make sure I don't miss any very important steps. That way I don't create a plan that doesn't work in your situation. So you're creating all of that. That's awesome. And then what? Magnet tool, sure. Faces, yes. All great, all beautiful things. You line it up. Now you select your thing. You buy loose parts. Oh, okay. Oh, you're separating it. Oh, you're using this probably as a what is that called? Freaking. Why is my brain not working right now? You're trying to delete the other stuff, right? Yes, right. I think I know what you're doing, but I'm just gonna watch the whole thing to make sure. What is that called? It's not a bevel, not a bezier. It's a boolean. Boolean is the right word that I'm looking for. Yep, and you just added a boolean. Fantastic. Apply. Awesome. Booleans. Yes. My brain literally couldn't think of the word boolean. I was like, just like waiting for you to actually add it. And I'm sitting there going, what is that thing he's probably going to add? He's probably going to add a boolean, you know? It's so stupid. I'm such an idiot. Okay. So let's do this. We've got this array. I think this is fine. What we're going to want to do now, I suppose, is add another array, but instead of it being by 1, I want it by -2, because we're going to do every other right now. And then let's continue the count here all the way up. And then we're going to duplicate this, and then We're going to move it over to about right there. And these guys, let's add an additional. So now we've got every other roof tiles going on. And fantastic. Now the thing is this does make it quite a bit cleaner than what we might want. So we might want to break up the tiles. We might do this. And even still, if you look at some of this, you've got really small tiles on certain sections. So let's try it this way. Let's apply all of our arrays. We're going to join them together. Actually, we probably shouldn't join them together. Not yet. Okay. Just make that a lot smaller, that one a lot larger. Honestly, you can't go wrong, I feel like, at this stage, because really what we're doing is we're just trying to randomize stuff. So I'll just do this. Just trying to create a noise pattern, I think. And for the most part, that's not too bad. Let's join this together now. Just trying to create a little bit of shape here. We're only grabbing the vertices on the top, so the bottom ones are still staying put. And then that way it allows us to deform these, you know, without running into the issue of creating a hole or anything like that. Just basically breaking stuff up. Just probably select that whole thing, and I feel like you really can't go wrong with this. There you go. Now we got a lot more broken tiles there that's going on. And now all we have to do is really just kind of like duplicate our stuff. So let's just and we'll do the magnet tool. I think that's not a bad idea. But I also just like when doing this stuff, I'm like so lazy sometimes when it comes to it. I just like copy, rotation, you know, so easy just to do that. I'll turn the magnet off. I think I just messed that up a little bit. Saya, welcome back. How you doing today? Yeah, very long time. Hope you've been well. We're just killing ourselves over some tiles right now. Okay, let's use an array again. So Nikki's came in to save the day here, guys. Nikki's, you're a real one. I'm gonna gift you 1 free month on the Patreon for this, Nikki's. I'll shoot you a message on Discord later. Yeah, so let's take all of this. I'll just apply it, and then let's join it together, I suppose. And then let's grab this one and this one. Yes, really. Appreciate you. Let's move that down. And then I'm going to grab... You made it so that I didn't look like a complete idiot on live stream. Let's just extrude that up. We'll do the exact same method that you said to do with a bool. Probably take that, and then now... Let's see. It's this guy here. And then you were using a Boolean with a... what was that, a union or something like that, I think, right? I mean, it's just I'll give you a gift link, and then when you use it, it'll basically give you a free membership. And then what you can do is like I post all of the project files from the live streams on the Patreon. So then you can just download everything. I mean, you could download all the stuff from last 2 years of live streams. So it's not like only for this month, it's for everything. Union exact, let's see, float. What did I do? Whoa. I feel like this is different. You used to have a button called fast, did it not? That was the one I always used. What Boolean did you use? Intersect with fast. Where is that? I mean, you won't be stealing it. You can have all the files. That's the point of the thing. What is this float exact manifold? Solver options? Guys, did they change the Boolean? Intersect. Well, float's the one we want. Man, kind of. Manifold actually works a little better. Delete that. Okay, great. That looks good. How is the game coming along? It's been pretty good. Only the problem is that I only work on it when I'm on live stream. So, that's not good. I probably need to start working on it when I'm not on live stream if I ever want to finish this thing. So yeah, that's the only problem that I've kind of run into. well, I should probably work on that a little better. Okay. Let's duplicate this over here to that spot. And we'll do the same thing over here. So extrude that upwards and then Boolean this. Not bevel it. We don't want any more bevels, okay? I think the bevel modifier is the most disappointing to me at all times. Enable the native Boolean add-on in Blender or reverse select. Well, I was just using manifold and that seems to be working the best. Intersection with manifold. And then you just apply that, delete that, and then you've got your thing. So there we go. We got our roof tiles. We'll go ahead and save. More time to refine the model. Yeah. Well, so anyways, the game, the unfortunate thing is it just takes so long because and so one thing I was offering was if anybody makes any models or anything like that for the game, you guys can provide them and then I will give you guys like a free month on the Patreon as like a gift. So if anyone wants to make any 3D models for a Western game, then I do need the assistance as much as possible. Okay, let's watch the rest of your tutorial here, Nickies. I got to figure out how to do the rest of this part. So now that you've got your tiles, you just join it back together. Oh, no, you do wrap. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, so what did you do there? You selected the tile, and then you hit wrap. Okay. So you select the tile. You select the tile. You select the thing. And then we go back over here and then we hit wrap. Oh my goodness, Nikki's, you're a genius. Nikki's, you're a genius. Holy cow. That actually worked pretty dang well. I am pleased. I am pleased. Nikki's W. W's in the chat for Nikki's. Everybody put W's in the chat for Nikki's. I'm going to throw a W there too. Woo! That worked. Wow. That is such a cool method, honestly, of doing it that I think going forward, I will use this for everything. Like, where in the world did that method come from? I like, you could do that with like building structures or really anything, honestly. Holy cow, I've been doing it the bad way, the wrong way, my whole life. I think that's awesome. Dude, that's awesome. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's unhide the rest of our ugly house. We got to do a little bit of 3D modeling. It's not too bad of 3D modeling, honestly, for the rest of this stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, let's probably do that. Do that. There we go. We got ourselves a nice little doorway location. We'll do delete that for right now, so that way there's like, we'll have to add a door in, but that's not the worst thing in the world. Probably want just these faces here and just extrude those outwards to create a little bit of a lip. Then I'll make myself a door and everything later. I'm probably going to by the way, if you guys don't have copy attributes enabled on your Blender version, that's like another like life hack that is just insane. I for the longest time didn't, and so in order for me to copy like a rotation of an object, I would have to go into the property settings here and then copy the rotation values. And then at one point I was just watching this random YouTube video from someone, and then they were just like, oh yeah, now just copy attributes. And I'm like, what the heck was that button? So then I like Googled it and figured it out. I'm like, wow, that's a life changer button right there. That's good. I like that. Well, I am impressed with those roof tiles right there, Nikki's. I am. Okay. It's looking pretty good. I probably delete, let's see. That's good. I'm just trying to give something there. Yeah, it's only a it's a default add-on inside of Blender. It's just not enabled. So if you go up to preference it or edit and then preferences, if you go to, I guess now it's extensions, and then if you do copy attributes, which it's right here, search for copy attributes and install that. When you press Control C, instead of like it copying objects, which I'll be honest, I never really used anyways, it basically copies attributes. It gives you a copy attribute menu. So you can do things like copy the rotation, copying the scale, so on and so forth. Oh, you have it already? Yeah, I use it all the time. I started using it like, I don't know what it was, like 2 years ago, and I'll like never go back. It's funny because I used to manually do that stuff all the time. Okay, so we're really not going to see too much more detail on that house back there. That's all going to be like textures. Probably the last thing I want to add for the detail on the house is oh, where's the reference? Oh, I'm sorry, Sally. I missed your question there. Yeah, it's an AI generated photo. Um just using it as like a reference image, which I don't know how I feel about. I don't know. I feel like I'm cool with it being as a reference image. Not as like an actual. I think that's where I've kind of landed. Is I don't like when AI is being used as much for final picture stuff, but the but for a reference image, I've been kind of like okay with. How dare you copy from AI? It's either that, you know what I used to do back in the day, uh, is I used to go on before each live stream. I used to go on what was it? Instagram and just tried to find like a photo or something like that that I could use as a reference. The problem I found a lot of the times was it wasn't exactly like, you know what? I remember the first time I realized there was a photo I did, and it was 2 years ago, and it was a live stream where the hand was coming out of the water. I was like, wow, what a really cool photo that someone got. And that was right when Midjourney was just like starting to get like pretty dang good. And and then I realized that that wasn't a real photo. It was actually an AI thing. And it wasn't based off of that image that I realized that it was AI. It was it was a I went to that profile. I saved that profile for later. So that way I was like, oh, they create really cool looking photos. And then I noticed that some of their other photos looked pretty dang AI. And I was like, oh, snap. I just copied like an AI thing and made it into a live stream. And that's when my mind was like, oh, you know what? I guess I'm kind of cool um with using AI as reference images, especially for, well, I guess really for anything, because I don't like, so I have friends that are like concept artists and things like that, and I don't think it takes their jobs whatsoever, because the amount of nuance that you can give to a human being that gives you concept art is so incredibly different than AI, where AI, nothing you want is ever going to come through on that photo. It's just going to be what it comes up with based off of what it perceives, which is a little frustrating. So if you're ever trying to do anything that's like a new, not that anything's ever a new concept, but if it's like a new idea that you really haven't seen too much before in movies, it's going to be very difficult for you to get that through AI. And I think that's if people use AI more for like final pictures in movies. That's what we're going to see, is that there's not really going to be a lot of new stuff that comes out. It's just going to be like, oh, that's basically Tron, but not. And everything's going to look the same. Before Tron came out, was there anything that looked like Tron? Not really. Tron was like its own new fresh style of a film, back even back in the 80s. And then when, you know, Tron Legacy came out with Disney back in the early 2000s, like 2008 I think. Um again, they kind of like reinvented like this sci-fi look that wasn't really done before. Now, if I try looking up anything that's like cyberpunk esque, it will reference freaking Tron. And I spent like 3 hours the other day trying to get Midjourney to give me like a fresh new look of like a cyberpunk thing. And all it was doing was just copying pre existing IP. And I was like, okay, this is where you definitely need to have a concept artist, because otherwise you're just going to be duplicating over and over and over again. When I'm going through a tough block in a render, I just upload it to ChatGPT and ask it to refine or add stuff and then make those changes in the render. Yeah, I haven't tried it on ChatGPT, and honestly, I haven't done that very much, but I did see that there was this idea. I haven't really done it yet. I haven't found the right project to do it on yet, but Magnific AI is pretty cool because all it does is kind of like upres your photos, but like adding detail and more realism to it. And so theoretically, a concept is to take something into Magnific AI and just like from a render perspective and see if it makes something that you can copy. And then you go back into your Blender and then try to do that. Again, I haven't done it yet. I have wanted to do it. I have a project that would have benefited from it, but that project, the shot in question might be getting cut, and so unfortunately won't be able to do it on that one. Okay, so I'm trying to do this deselect everything except for these big squares. And I'm going to swap this to individual origins, and then we're going to extrude it. Like inset, yeah. That's cool. I like that. Crazy thing was that you made a render and later realized the reference was AI. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's kind of what I did with my hand thing. I didn't realize it was AI at first, and then later was like, oh shoot, I literally was using this reference, which I guess it makes sense. Like that was never going to be a real photo, but I suppose I just wasn't even, my brain at that point wasn't even thinking AI in the equation. I literally was just like, oh yeah, this looks like a cool photo. And I saw it on Instagram, and I guess it really was before I felt like everything was AI. I feel like nowadays I kind of just like my brain just immediately goes, oh yeah, it's probably AI. Like I feel like everything is just AI these days. I'm like kind of concerned about how realistic certain AI things are, even from a like a bad like point of view of like, I feel like people are going to abuse it. And everyone in our generation is probably cool with that because we all kind of just know that everything you see on the internet is probably not real. But dude, that the older generation is cooked, man. All right, we're gonna throw a doorknob on this, and then we'll call that model a day, I think, for the house. We have a decent amount of stuff we got to get to. by that. Use AI for evil. As long as the human element behind creativity is present, everything's all right. Yeah, you know what I find funny is when people say like, "Oh, AI is like." So there's that new AI actress thing, character, person that they're throwing all over Hollywood right now. The Tilly Norwood character. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not. Everyone's freaking out about it, and ever since AI really kind of came about, even like let's talk about like Corridor Digital's like rock paper scissors AI thing that they did. The funny thing about it is really that like AI is trained off of pre-existing images. And you could say, "Oh, that's wrong, that's plagiarizing. They're stealing those images from online." But wouldn't you say that if I went online, found reference images, which by the way, as a professional VFX supervisor and artist, I do on every job that I ever do with every movie at every tier level on everything that we ever do. We talk to the creative team, and then us as a creative team as well find reference images of things that we like, things that we want our project to look like. And we download them and we create a whole board of everything that we want. We're creating a training model, if you will, of the stuff that we want our film to look like. And then we go and create our elements from that. That's the way every project ever does it. And so when Corridor did their like rock, paper, scissors thing, they got a lot of heat for it because everyone was like, wow, I can't believe it's based on the style of this anime. And and yes, it was based on, it was literally based on the style of that anime. Now, is that wrong though? Because every time anyone's actually going to go out and hand animate anything, they're going to be basing it off of styles of pre-existing stuff. That's just how it works. You as an actor, you as an artist, you as anything are literally going to copy other people's work. And that doesn't mean literally tracing it. That's different, right? Like tracing it or stealing it off of the screen and then redisplaying it. That is different. But if you're using something to train yourself, whether going through college or school or whatever, and learning from somebody else, or doing how the AI does it, which was just learning from other people's artwork, it's not any different than what a human would do. It's just more accurate. It's better. How dare we create an airplane plagiarism of birds? Yeah, sure. Um, but I don't know. I guess that's my quandary really is just like, how is training an AI any different than a human training based off of pre-existing works? I don't know if it's much different. I just think that like it's one of those funny things that a lot of people have said over and over again, and even this the SAG AFTRA like organization. And again, I'm not an actor, so I don't really have a dog in the fight. But their whole thing about it is, oh hey, the AI isn't really creating anything new, which it's not. No one's arguing that it is, but they're saying that because it's not creating anything new, it shouldn't be allowed to, because it's basing its performances off of other people's performances, that it's not a real performance, I suppose, I guess is really what it's trying to say. And I don't know. That's just one of those weird things that I feel like right now it's like we're in this time period of like people being angry about it, and justifiably so. Um there's not really a way to control it because the people that are going to use that actor are not ones that were probably going to be using SAG anyways, because there's like a whole union behind the SAG Actors Guild. And let's say you're just a young filmmaker that wants to make a movie. Well, guess what? Now you can. And now you can use AI actors to do that. And if you were never going to receive $200 million to make your movie in the first place, then you know what? Maybe this isn't a bad idea for you. I don't know. I do think it will hurt any opportunities you have in the future of working in the film industry, but that is a problem for later. I don't know. It's not something that I would do, but it is an interesting dilemma for sure. Okay, I'm going to. I think we want. That's glass. This is not glass. And made so many lanterns in my life. I'm just getting sick of it. I'll make this one a little simpler. Just bring that in. Like that. Before red cameras were $65,000. Oh, you just retracted your message. What was your message, huh? Before red cameras were like $65,000. Wait, what? Yes. Before they were that, what? Okay, so this should be a lantern of sorts that we will see in the grass there. Um, kind of like right there. Fantastic. We're probably going to adjust all of this once. We're going to have to adjust all of this once we have the grass in there. Because once you add like all this tall grass, everything sinks really low in it. And then you got to like make adjustments. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's grab our ground here that we have. And we want to make sure, I think we're good. Yes, we are. Now we need this grass to kind of be like sloped upwards on this hillside. So I'm going to use Botanic for this stuff. We're going to use the scatter node. And let's see. Whoa, they've got new stuff, man. I don't even know if this is the latest download. I am really bad about downloading updates. Used to do decorative. I don't know where that one is. Where's decorative? Daisy fields. I really want that like long grass look. I need a. These icons are so small now. I feel like they got rid of the one that I like. Oh, flowers. That's why. Grass. That's what we want. How did I not know that they had different options? Forest floor? Adds miscellaneous rocks, vines, weeds. What is weeds? I don't know what this is, but we're going to try steep first. The icons are really small. Yeah, the creator was shot in FX3. It was pretty great. I haven't seen the film actually, so maybe I shouldn't say it was pretty great. But I watched I watched a podcast, which by the way, I think you guys should check this podcast out. This is my podcast recommendation of the week, okay guys? Listen up. If you guys haven't seen it, you should. I didn't even know about it until like 6 months ago. Um there's a podcast called Lighter Darker. It's on YouTube. It's probably on a lot of other things. I don't know. But it's the Industrial Light and Magic podcast. So they have their own podcast. They have, I think, 20 episodes out right now. And it's great podcast. Because they talk about projects they've worked on and like fun, weirdly nerdy things like about creating lens flares and how they used to do it. That, you know, they'll have like special guests on like John Knoll and things like that. Check that podcast out. If you guys haven't seen it, that is link it. Okay, you got it. I shall link it. Lighter, darker. And this is called this is the premiere. This is the first podcast episode. And I will link it right now in the Discord. Podcast recommendation. And I'm currently you know what? Maybe I won't put my foot in my mouth. I won't put my foot in my mouth yet, but I am working on something. So we'll we'll come back to that when I do have something to show for it. Okay, I actually like this that we've got going on here. Let's get rid of a lot of these guys. I think we get rid of those. And then the rest of this is fine. Probably want the density to be higher. So let's number. Let's change this number to a 7,000. Awesome. Beautiful thing. And then I don't know if this plugin allows me to slope things, but we're going to try it. We're going to try to see if we can. Paint length. I know I can do phasing. And phasing is almost what I want. Scale randomness. I like that. And then the rotation we can randomize. Wish I could paint it to be more in the direction that I want. You're right though, Sat. Yeah, I think filmmaking has never been more accessible than it is nowadays. And it really is an exciting time to be working on projects. I think a lot of the people that are maybe more scared of the future, there is a future where, and I think this is the more immediate thing, I think it's a good time to be alive for people who work on their own stuff. I think it's a scary time to be alive if you want to work for a large company, because I do think larger companies are going to have to start scaling down as the technology basically phases them out. Because essentially what you're doing is you're having smaller companies be able to do things that larger companies used to be the only ones that could do. And that's essentially where we're going. Whether or not that's good or not, I personally think that's good. I also work for a small company though, so, you know, take what I have to say with a grain of salt. I have always been in the business of having to do everything myself. So now making it easier for that to happen has been pretty beneficial for me. but I could see how for some people who do want to work for larger companies, that's a scary thing. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. As I said, it's a really cool time, especially if you want to work on your own projects and make your own films. I was thinking last night, and I don't really know how I'm going to go about this, but I was thinking, how cool would it be? I can't wait when this is possible. I don't know, but how cool would it be to have someone make their entire own kind of like limited series TV show? Like, and I mean, like, 20-minute episode type things or whatever, and then make that as their own film, their own project, work with their friends or group of people for a modest budget. We're not talking millions of dollars. We're talking like a couple $100,000 maybe, and then you can put that up on Patreon or YouTube or whatever. How cool will that be? How cool will it be when YouTube is full of content that is like stories and movies that people are making, that like used to be like very very difficult for someone to do. I think that's awesome. I think like I I can't wait for a world like that. Because I was thinking about it last night while I was prepping for this stream. I was like, wow, it would be so cool to make my own kind of like movie show or whatever. And Ian Hubert's been doing it, but like, he's a special bird, man. That guy, like, has has the skills. Um, but he also takes like 10 years per episode. So I think that's like a cool future, and I can't wait for to see more of it. Um, but yeah, like I think that's an exciting thing that is coming, is more and more people be able to do stuff like that. Did you see the Warhammer short film made by a single guy? I did see that. That was awesome. And that's my point. Is like we're gonna see more of that kind of stuff, and I think that's epic. I think it's epic games. Let's see. We want this like right there. Okay. I think that works. I think that density works, guys. Let's go and save. All right. All right, guys. We're we are we have things set up. This lantern is really not visible anymore though. It's kind of what I was saying, is things will get buried in this grass. And now we can generate all the short film in a few minutes. Scary thing for sure. I think like, though I think here's the thing, right? I don't think generating a whole thing using AI is how it's going to eventually come out. I've talked a lot about this with friends. I think more so what we'll see is AI being a render engine, if you will. And still a lot of the animation will be done inside of Blender or whatever program really. And then you'll output previs, if like type of thing, right? Like it's a previs grayscale, maybe some textures. And then you feed that through an AI and it will generate final imagery. I think that could be it. Maybe you do a single frame and you're like, hey, I like the way this frame looks. And that could be good. But yeah, I hope editing itself doesn't go away. I hope like those things, like, because that's all creative decisions that are being made for those things. Okay, let's see. We gotta do our ghost guy. We gotta do our ghost guy. So let's just organize some of our stuff over here. We've got botanic. I'm gonna throw that under layout, and then we've got all of this stuff. This is all just layout. Layout, layout, layout. and I'm just going to disable it for right now. What we want is, what do we want? Do we want a cube? Do we want to start with a cube? Let's start with a head. Let's do the head first. So I'm going to just add in a UV sphere. We'll minimize this for right now. And we're going to work on our character here. So what we want to do is first make the face. This shouldn't be too hard to sculpt, really. I mean, it's just a face, right? How hard could a face be? I'm going to hit new collection here. We're going to call this character. Let's throw our sphere under it. And we'll go ahead and add a multi-res. Hey, Nickies, thanks for dropping in. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and subdivide this a few times here. And we're going to go into sculpt mode now and just hopefully get some character stuff going. We'll use the blob tool probably for right now with a minus and kind of get some eyes in here. We'll have to add more resolution to this as well as we're going, but should be a good start just to get the rough shape going. I think we want this one to be a little smaller, so let's it's pretty good. About that size, right? And we'll do some nostril stuff. That's cool. Let's go ahead and subdivide this again. And we'll go ahead and keep going. I love the Tim Burton style eyes because they're kind of like the easiest thing to sculpt. Just holes and sockets, baby. And they're always like round, big holes. Streamlabs has more XP than you. What are the XP numbers right now? Top fans. See, Baragon at 150. Nikki's left just before 125. Then Streamlabs is also at 125. Dang. Satya, you got half of that at 75 XP. Can you see your own XP, by the way? Can you do like /XP or anything like that? I don't know how any of that works. The /XP, exclamation mark XP. How do you get XP on a live stream? Is it just by chatting, or you'd think I would know, right? Like you would think like, oh, Connor, you should know how this works, but I actually don't. I think that's good for the most part. Chatting, super chats, and membership. I see. Okay. There actually, we have like, I don't even know who some of the people are, but like we have people that have been members for like months now on the YouTube channel. and like they never chat or anything. It's hilarious because actually I feel like the majority of the people I get on like the Patreon are people I don't even know. And I'm like, I've never seen you in the chat or anything. Not that that's a problem. I just, you would think, I guess I would think that the majority of the people would be, if you're going to have a membership of something, it would be something that you're pretty active in. I don't know. That's the way I would think about it. If you were to do that. Although I've never gotten a membership to anyone's Patreon really. I did do I am part of the Patreon of Rocket Jump because they have their own Patreon for that, and they do like a lot. They do so much. Really kind of worth it, the amount you get out of that Patreon subscription, because they post behind the scenes videos of them making their feature films and stuff that they're working on. That's the Freddie Wong YouTube channel. And I don't know if that's before all of your guys' time anyways, so it might be. I have no clue. Uncanny bowling ball? Oh no. I think that is working better though. Just like less of an alien head, I think. Although this is all going to be kind of like covered by like this cowl or something. Okay. Use the elastic grab and just kind of grab the. There we go. And then I don't know the best way to go about this, but we kind of need to do the jacket. I always suck at clothes, guys, so this is going to be a fun one. Okay. I'll just do a bit of a lip, I suppose, and hope for the best here. Clay strips, I think. What we want now is to build up this back here a little bit more. And we'll thin it out later, but we just really need this to go over his head. And probably do the elastic grab again. Move more of this up on the back side. And I'm gonna, let's smooth it out a little bit so that way I can do more scraping without burning any more of these. Okay, okay. Now the elastic grab. Let's just grab it. Continue upwards. Gotta get you over the hump. And just try to straighten that out a little bit. Beautiful. We'll just subdivide that again and smooth it out a little bit. Awesome. Now, using the clay strips, we can paint a little bit more out. We are so close. uh Cape with a hood, only God knows my failed attempts. Here's what we could also do. I think we can I think the right way of doing this, because the converging points on the back, we can use the mask tool and then extrude it. Box mask, mask. And so then just kind of paint all the way to the back. And we'll just invert the selection once we have it. Around there. Should be good. And so now if we go to mask and then invert mask, and then I believe we can extrude. I don't know if there's a tool for that. I just know I've seen somebody do it on YouTube once before. So that's mask. It's not extrude then. We can use like that, I suppose. I thought though there was a more official way of doing it. Do mask. I sharpen mask? Yes. And then we just do a light kind of sharpening here. I know there's a right button for it. I just don't know what that button is. So we're just doing it this way. And then now we can go in and smooth it. Smooth all of that out. We're not going to see the back side. We're only going to see the front side here. Just want that edge to be pretty sharp there. So let's make that a little smaller. Just trying to make the lip a little bit more. So if you think about it from a scene perspective, it probably would be a little bit more ruffled. Turn the strength way down now, and then I'll just boost that up a little bit. Okay. So now we kind of like have this beanie like effect on the front that will feel more like a hood in a minute. So go back to object mode. I'll do subdivide again. So now it's 5 subdivisions. And if we go back into the sculpt now, and then we do mask, clear mask. Well, actually, let's do mask. Can we save this mask? I wonder if we can save masks. I don't know if we can. I was gonna save the mask, but it's fine. Clear the mask, and then now using our smooth, we'll turn the strength way down, and we're just going to smooth this out just a little bit, so that way it doesn't feel so jaggedy. Is it working? Hopefully. I think it is. Beautiful thing. Now we add another UV sphere in. We'll bring that down, and we'll do another multi-res. And we'll go ahead and subdivide that a few times. Go back to sculpt mode and kind of try to get the shape of the front of the cowl. And we want it to feel like it's pinned up on the back, like it's going into that hood that we already created. So we'll just have it kind of go like that. Trick here will be the blending, but gonna bring that down, I guess, and then let's puff it out a little bit. It's gonna get a really bad shape for a moment, so excuse it. Okay. Let's subdivide that one more time. Okay, and now let's go back over here. And we're gonna have to paint some of this on here. So let's use the clay and then just paint. that on there. Probably subtracting it as well. A little smoother though. And we'll create a little bit of a collar. Kind of goes up the side here. And then kind of fix that over there so that way it's falling better. I want it to feel like it's going up to the side of that hood. Okay. And then let's do a little bit of smoothing now. And then a little bit of a lip. Okay. Yeah. Now let's do, I guess, we'll do a pinch. Okay. It's looking pretty good. Now let's I want to let's do clay a little bit of addition clay strips here. Okay. Just a little bit of a trying to get some of that wrinkles in there, and then we'll start using the cloth functionality here momentarily, but I want to get the general shapes in. Might do let's see, this give us some of these like kind of like bigger things down the side there. Yeah. And then we'll just sharpen some of that. I like to pinch the creases, and that way it feels a lot more like cloth. Sleep is getting to you. See you next time. Connor was going to join along time on behalf of my failed attempts. Well, thank you so much, Sat. Yeah, get some sleep. And yeah, we're planning on finishing this today. So hopefully I can wrap this up here pretty soon. This character is going to be the last of it. That's going to be difficult. But like once I'm in a good place with this, it'll go pretty quick. Because the shading and stuff is all pretty simple from here on out. So we use this like drag cloth thing. I love this feature. I kind of want to also go up to here. Gotta fix this side. And then we'll smooth that out, I think. Might use the clay strips here to give a little bit more. Hmm. Okay, and then we'll create some creases, I think. Okay, and we'll do probably another one there. Probably a little too strong. Bring that down. It's cool. And can I additively do this? Cool. And then I kind of like have to make it look a little more like cloth draped. Right now it feels a little too meshy. Hmm. All right, let's try this for a moment. Set that to 4, I think. And then that's our character stuff. So let's unhide our layout. And if we scale that down and place him kind of roughly where we want him, scale wise and everything. Here we go. Okay. All right, we're going to join those together. And then now going into sculpt mode. Let's smooth some of this out. Turn the strength up a bit. That works. Now what we want is a little bit more of these like kind of like wrinkles here coming down from the side. Which I feel like we can get from these like sharp creases that are additive. So if I do that, I can get it to go down, for instance. Although I don't know if I want it to be sharp creases. So let's see. Maybe we want... Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. And if we smooth that out a little bit. And then if we sharpen that a smidge. Yeah. Just a little bit more. There we go. Love it. Go and save that. And there we go. I think that's the modeling aspect of stuff. So let's get some textures in here. Let's get some, we got some stuff to do. We've got a decent amount of stuff here to do, guys. So we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. I think now from a texturing perspective, I mean, this dude is a little like, I mean, he's pretty basic. I feel like we get away with pretty easy lighting. Let's find an HDRI that kind of works for us. You know what I'm saying? HDRI Haven. I think I know which one I want. There's one that I know that I think will work pretty well. So let's go to HDRI Haven here. Let's find some HDRIs. And I want that overcast pure sky one. Oh, that's pretty nice too. Yeah. It's like the skies. Pure skies. Maybe this one. Like this one. We're going to do it. Now let's do this at 8K. That way it's high enough res for us to be able to use. Go ahead and download that guy. Great. I'll be back for some textures in a minute. Let's see what this looks like. Environmental texture. go over here. See how bad this is gonna look. You guys ready? Probably gonna have to darken everything, but we're really only using it for the clouds. Go to 0.2 maybe. We're going 0.2. It's already pretty close to the correct. Let's go over here to shader editor and change it to world. So one of the issues I have with this is that it's a little too reddish. Just doesn't quite work. But what we can do is we can add a saturation in, and then we can desat it. And then we could do a mix color and set the factor to 100, and then we're going to set that to multiply. And then this being full white, we'll just multiply it to do nothing. What we'll see here now is that right now it's kind of just desaturating a little bit. And then what we want is a little bit of a bluish tint, because we're going for like this kind of like nighttime-esque lighting. A lot darker, probably 0.1. Let's add a little more contrast. Okay, so now we're going for like that very dark kind of effect there. Go ahead and save that. Maybe a little less blue. So let's just pull the sat back a little bit. But like the blue should be striking, because what we're doing right now is that we're creating the negative kind of like sky. And then this will be emitting like this really nice bright color. So let's go over here to the 3D viewport again. And this is our lantern here. Let's grab him. And we're going to create a new material. This will be called lantern metal. And we'll just do a placement for right now. Let's just put that as metallic with 0 roughness, really. You can kind of see what that'll look like there. But now let's call this lantern glass. And we'll swap that to glass. Now, let's assign that material and do cursor to selected. And we're going to add in point light. And this point light, let's make it a little bit more orange, I guess yellowish orange. Cool. Let's do this. A little bit of cheating now. So a little area light. I'm going to create a new collection. We're going to call this lights. Just trying to get a little bit of nice warmth, maybe. Yeah, a little bit nice warmth, uplight. Maybe one a little bit more frontal. Which will move you a little bit further back. Already pretty nice there, guys. I like the idea of a moonlight coming from over there. So let's add in another light. We're going to create a sun now. And let's just put this sun a little bit closer to like that angle. It's really kind of just this backlight here that we're going to be throwing onto everything. Um, if you could see, if we delete it, just kind of like feels a lot flatter. So what we're doing is we're kind of creating like this lighting from the back. We could do this with an area light too, especially if we only wanted to affect certain things. But what I want is like a nice little edge light onto our character, as well as our grass. It's going to give like this really nice intensity to it. I want to turn the angle down though, so we're going to get only really direct light. And then if we increase that, what we're going to do is we're going to start creating like these really bright like highlights on everything. Obviously, the bigger this number is, the more ambient occlusion there is. So we want to have a really small angle for our light. And then if we set our strength to 1 and then we increase our exposure, we could also get some like really nice effect there. I think this will be a lot better. Now, there's a couple things that we're going to probably want to do separately. First of all, we might want this sun to only affect our character. So let's go to our visibility right now for our light settings here. If we go to our object and then we go to shading and then we go to light linking, we can select our collection in which we want to have this effect. And so I think we're going to want it to affect our character here. I don't think we want it to affect our grass, mostly because we're going to want all this to be separate. So I could have done this with an area light. I could do it with any type of light, but I'm using a sun. And so I'm just going to duplicate this sun now. So this will be called our care sun. And let's go ahead and throw that under our lights. Let's take our duplicate light and also put it under there. Let's call this for layout. Layout sun. And under our layout, there's going to be a couple things we're going to do. We're going to create a new collection. We'll call this buildings, or let's call this models. I'll just select all of everything except for the plane. So we want all of that to be placed under models. Plane can get left here. So now if we go to our layout sun, we're going to call this building sun. And under building sun, instead of having our character selected, we're going to just remove that. And then we're going to add in, specifically models. So now we're going to get a little bit more of an edge light on our models here. Our grass still being a lot darker. And now that we have control over that, I'm going to give a little bit of a different edge light because we want the light to be caught a little differently. I think that's good there. And I might do an area light and just grab that area light. Again, it needs to go here. So we're going to call this it building area.01, just in case we add more buildings. Now, let's just increase our exposure. Now creating like a little bit of a highlight there on the back of this building. Might want to do the same. Scale this down, obviously, but we'll do the same for the back of this guy. We do want it to be quite a bit darker. We're really just going for the edge lights on it. And I might even put it more from behind. Yeah, creates more of an outline on it. And that's really only visible when you get those beveled edges on your objects. Okay, next up, we want another sun, okay? So we're going to duplicate that sun, and we'll just move it over. It doesn't really matter. But let's call this grass sun. And if we go into our object settings here, let's remove that. We're going to do specifically botanic. There we go. And I'm just going to try to find something a little more interesting. Probably also bringing the exposure down on this. But we're just trying to catch a little bit of the highlights here to give it some light, but not too much light. And also probably make this a little more blue. Let's try that. Great. Now let's go into the shading on our botanic settings here. We might want this grass to be a little bit more desaturated. That might be a comp thing, honestly, just because I don't want to mess with the materials. We could do that in here, but I feel like we're going to have a lot more control inside of the comp. Okay. I'm going to do another area light. Kind of place it a little closer to this. I'm going to swap this to a disk, though. I'm just trying to warm up the entirety of this area rather than it feeling so small. And we might want this to only have our botanic selected. So let's maybe do that. We already have our guy kind of taken care of. Kind of don't like that. Kind of like this a lot better like that. Awesome. Now I really want like a moon up here if I can. So one thing we don't have right now is any atmosphere. So I'm going to create another new collection here. And we're going to call this FX. And inside of our FX, we're going to create a new cube. And this guy is going to scale up. Whoops. And let's just grab this face here and make it all the way back. I think that should be totally fine with everything. We'll just call this guy Fog. Now I'm going to create a whole new material for him. Just call this Fog as well. And inside of our object materials, I'm just going to delete the principal BSDF and create a volume scatter node. Plug that into our volume here. Now our density we could probably set to something like 0.1 or even less. And then we'll set this to like 0.65 for anthropocene. And what this is going to do is basically going to create like this really nice like kind of like haze or, you know, atmosphere that's going to catch light and create kind of like these really nice blooms and everything like that. So let's do 0.05 here maybe. It's a little better. Makes the air feel a little heavier. Okay. Just for ease of our viewport over here, I like to set the visibility inside of our viewport to, or actually no, viewport display. I like to set that to wire. That way it's a little easier to see everything. Okay, so one more thing. We're going to create a spotlight now, and this is going to be kind of like our moonlight, if you will. We're going to grab him and move him over here. Let's just scale everything up, I suppose. And let's go to our settings on this. We want the spotlight size to be quite a bit smaller. And yes, turn the exposure up. And there's our spotlight. Now, probably increase the spotlight size. It's more for like this lighting that's kind of coming off from the corner over there. So we will just get like it to be a little bit lighter. And that's going to catch everything. Now, I don't really want it to affect anything except for that effects layer. So I'm going to select effects inside of my light linking options. So that way it's not doing anything weird with anything else. So if I delete that, you'll see that there's like no change to any of the environment, which really should just be affecting the fog. Thanks, Marvin Studios. Appreciate it. And there we go. So, getting a little closer. And make this contrast like a 2. The way we're getting those clouds a little bit more. Don't like that. Don't like that. I don't like that. Okay. I think we only want... We might have to change this atmosphere to be less. It still works because it lightens up this side over here. We're not really going for anything else. Okay, I'm going to also take this is something I've always found to be very useful. If I grab another cube here and we're going to throw this under the lights. Now, inside of our lights, if we enable indirect only, that'll give us this little checkbox thing. We're going to turn that on. And so basically any objects that are in here are only going to be rendered inside of the for lighting. So you're not ever going to actually see them at all. So what I like to do then is just add this cube in, and if I drag him back, scale him up, and if we grab this guy, we'll just scale that up. I'm going to delete only the faces, and that's going to create a kind of like a bit of like a flag or whatever you will behind this object, because essentially all the lighting should be coming from the other direction. So everything from this side should have like this negative fill to it. And the light is bouncing, so we do need to make sure that it is, you know, not bouncing the light back at it. So we'll just make this black. And so now you'll see that there's going to be a lot more negative light coming from this direction in order to create more of a realistic lighting reflection. Now, now we do need to add some more lights in to really capture the essence of what we're doing here. So let's grab our character light, our character sun. Do you think we need to go with a little more blue on that to create like this blue highlight here? I might also increase the intensity of this to be a little bit brighter to create more of an edge. I like the idea also of increasing the angle of this. So increase that to like a 5. Just want more of an ambience. It's going to kind of come around here. And I want that to be a little softer to green. Okay. And where in the sky Do we have a sun? That. This guy might not have a sun. Do you want more of like a something here? So I might go back to my world options right now. And then I do this also if we go to Eevee, be a little faster to see everything moving around. I just need to place the sky in a spot that I like it. So let's go back to render here inside of Eevee. Whoopsies. Probably need to hide this guy for a moment. Yeah, let's hide you for a moment. We're only doing this to move this sky around. So I like to just do this with a texture mapping node, and we can just rotate everything pretty easily. Now, our sky isn't really trying to find a spot that feels pretty dynamic. Ooh, that looks nice, I think. Okay. Swap that back to cycles, and we'll see how that goes. It's pretty cool. Now, we might want to increase the contrast here. I kind of want to do this with like a color ramp or something. Let's do that over here. If we use a color ramp, might be able to get the maybe. It's like RGB curves. Is that the best way to do it? Hmm. And that to pop a little more if I can. It does pop a little bit more. I mean, it's not as much as I'd like it to be, but Hmm. Just to like. Okay. Well, that's not exactly what I was trying to do. But let's see. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. I have some comp ideas, I guess, to make that a little even punchier. Let's go ahead and save that. And yeah, the clouds will need a little bit more pizzazz to them, I think. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to adjust some of that stuff in comp to get it to be really what we want. Um, hmm. Okay. Then now, if we create like a material, we'll be able to adjust the eyes and make them darker. Um, I like a lot of this. I think we're losing some stuff like this got lost. Um, let's do medium point on that and just move that over here. I might really want some sunlight to beam off of that. Okay. So let's go ahead and add some materials in here. So we're gonna create a new material now called tombstone. And we're gonna want some HDR Haven textures, baby. Let's go. Let's start looking through some of these. So we've got some textures. I might want some stone textures. Rock, I suppose. Seaside rock. Plastered stone. I'm gonna add my own moss, so that shouldn't be a problem. We'll say that's cool. I like this. I like this for the building in the background, which I know is like save that to textures. Let's see. Try to find some want something almost with like cracks in it. Hey, New Gen, welcome to the chat. How you doing today? We are currently just on the hunt for some textures. Is that all of them? That can't be all of them. I feel like we're a little lacking in the stones department, Texture Haven. Yo is here. Yeah, I think we'll have to go with something like this. It's just not as reflective as I'd like it to be. So it's fine though. We can do with it. We can make do. We can make do with it. Assets, textures, and there we go. Let's go ahead and start importing this. Go to objects here and we'll start to add all this stuff in. So the diffuse, some displacement here. We've got some normals and some roughness. So let's see how that looks. So this right here should be our tombstone. So we go over to our render view. We'll see how it is. It's probably, honestly, we should probably go to material preview. It'll be faster. Yeah. So that's problematic. Let's go to our camera real quick. Turn off our background image. Then go back into here. All right, smart UV project. Unwrap. Boom, that's going to be better. Just got to kind of do this with everything, I suppose. All right. Add a tombstone to that as well. Should be good. Tombstone. There's a few more tombstones. Holy cow, we got a lot of tombstones here, guys. There we go. It's making it a little difficult when the grass is in the way. Okay. Go ahead and save that. Your parents said they might buy you an RTX 5090 in Halloween. Is Halloween a time to get gifts? I guess so, for you. That's really cool, dude. Let's take this, plug that into the normals. And we'll do displacements as well with a bump texture. Okay, that's awesome. Now, because this one is the closest, we don't want the repeating pattern to be too much. Yeah, because of sales. Oh, interesting. We'll add an image texture in, and let's create a new image texture. We'll call this Tomb Dirt. And we're gonna hit new image here. We're gonna add this guy. We're gonna duplicate him. Called Tombstone. We'll call it Tombstone 001. That's fine. Whatever. Good enough name for me. So now if we go and preview that, go to texture paint. What we're going to do is we're going to paint on some dirty textures here. And to do that, I want to import my special brushes that we've got. So go to our texture over here, create new texture, hit open, and let's see. We should have these somewhere. There we go. 1K. These are over on the Patreon, by the way. Guys, if you guys want these, you can access them on the Patreon. Now, I'm going to find myself some nice smudges, I think. And we're going to go back over here to Tools. Make sure that Texture has it turned off, but we selected under Texture Mask. And we're just going to paint it on. Hopefully, we can do it. Oh, whoops. Kind of need to set the color of paint to white. Should be good. And then just, ooh, turn on Rake in Random, I think. Great. Okay, fantastic. So now we take this, we'll go image, save, and then we're just going to save this over into our assets folder. Tombstone dirt. And now if we go back over to our layout window over here, should see that picture. Now we can use this in conjunction with a mix shader node to create a darker material. Like something like that. And voila. Should work. Go back over to texture paint real quick and then kind of cool. We'll go ahead and save that now. And if we go back over to our layout, beautiful. We're going to go to regular render view to see how that look. You're not really going to see it. So we're going to add some more lights in. Okay. This flag, though, I want to make sure I can actually move around. Probably throw an area light in, I think. And go ahead and turn the intensity of this up a little bit. And swap that to be something a little more blue. I'll also make this so that it's only visible on... Well, I guess I like it on the grass, actually. But... Yeah. Let's make it so it's not on the character. So I will make it so that it's only layout. Boy, that character is a little bit more. Maybe not actually. Let's do this. Let's make it so that this is only on layout, and then we're going to duplicate it. But then this new one, we're going to remove the layout thing, and then we're going to make it so that it's character. And then on the character version, we'll make it so that it's a lot less, but it's still a light. I think that's kind of what has to happen. So more light on the environment and less light on the character. Yeah, there we go. That's a lot better. I like that. Works quite nicely. So this. Can we make this a little more, maybe? Turn that off so that way we're not seeing all the lines and everything as we're working on this. That's great. Let's move both these lights down to the lights. Just going to probably duplicate this guy. And I want him to be positioned behind this tombstone. A little more like that. Now we're getting a little bit of an edge light there. And then I want to boost this by like 500 or whatever. And then this light, I only want it to affect the tombstones if we can. Although, you like how that grabs the grass there? I think so. I think we like that, guys. Yeah, I think we like that. We're going to definitely color grade the grass. I just don't want to do that in here. Okay, so lantern light. Let's grab this guy. A little more orange, I think. And then let's go and save that. Let's get a little more of a light over here. So add in another area light. And just try to light up this tombstone a little bit. Make that not quite as bright. 5. Yeah, that works pretty nicely. Okay, guys. What do we think so far? Still a little ways to go. I feel like once we do the color grade, it'll be nice and punchy. We got to get to the point where everything looks good. And then we're going to take it in and it's going to look better. Okay. What is this guy doing? I think we want no volume scatter enabled. Okay, that's good. And then one more over here. probably get rid of this one here. I did add volumetric fog, yes. Let's go back in and make this like 100. And then one more like that. Just that line right there. Which muted a lot of things like from a contrast perspective. So that's why in the comp, we're going to have to add a little bit more contrast. The fog atmosphere layer, we also might play with this being a little bluish tint. Yeah. Oh, is that my camera just turned off? Looks like we're going out without a camera today, guys. We'll turn that off for right now. We don't need it. But that's hilarious. Back to VTuber. Okay, I don't like that at all. And I want this to be darker blue, I think. Whoa. Closer. Oh, it just doesn't have the dynamicness that I want. I want it to be way more contrasty. Like insanely more contrasty. Because I want the moon to be like right there. Oh, that's going to be a comp thing for sure, guys. Like I'm struggling to get that in here, and I just can't. I just can't. Okay. Let's put this into our camera over here. We're going to call this our focus. And we'll set that to the face here, I suppose. Our camera now will turn on the depth of field, and we'll set that to focus. And I think you don't want a lot of defocus. Just a little bit. Make that a little warmer too. Okay. Let's get some materials on here for the roof over here. Find some textures for that. Oh, we already have some building textures, so maybe we just add those real quick. Yeah. Let's create a new one. We'll call this house base. And let's go to our objects over here, and we're going to find our textures. the diffuse on. Let's just see how that looks. Okay. And now if we just scale everything down, I suppose we'll be in a better place. Cool. And let's see. Add a normal map to this. And then finally the displacement as well. Pretty simple design. I mean, we're so in the background. I'm not too concerned about it. Probably for texture's sake, make this like a dark oak wood or something like that. Like worn planks, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Go bark, willow. One texture at a time, everybody. And we'll go ahead and create a new material now. We'll call this of support beams. Okay, let's see how well, whoopsies, this all plays out. So we'll plug this in real quick. That works totally fine, actually. Sometimes you don't have to do anything. It's also so far in the back, I'm really just not too concerned about these materials. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and add that to here as well. So support beams looks good. Just use the same texture here. Okay, go ahead and save that now. And if we go to our camera view here, not gonna really see any of that. Let's select our rooftop here. We'll go ahead and create new material for this as well. Call this house roof. And let's find some materials that should work for that. Now, we're going to need like tile or something like that. Roofing. I don't want it to be roof tiles because this is a texture of roof tiles. We already have like an actual 3D objects of roof tiles. It's like 5:04 p.m. right now. Which I guess is not super late. This is a longer stream than usual. But I'm adamant. We're gonna finish this today, guys. I love it. Every time I add volumetric fog though into my renders every time. And I'm like, and I know what it's going to do. It just makes it so that it's going to be very difficult to render this out today while on live stream. 1 a.m. Wow. I do feel like the most of my people that watch me are in Europe somewhere. Go and delete that for right now. So now we should just have these like roof slats that we're trying to do. Wait, what did I just delete? I don't even know if I deleted anything. Okay, fine. And then we'll take the roof to roughness. And displacement as well. Well, that's looking pretty good, guys. I just want... Oh. Wonder... Too bad Nikki's left. I wonder how you get rid of the under object. It's creating a little bit of an issue here. Okay. Now we really need to take this into... Oh, we're going to have to paint this guy. New material for you. I think we also want to have this feeling of like texturalness to you, even though you aren't. So we'll add like little bumps, I think. I think that's what we want. Let's add this into the bump node here. Swap that to height. And plug that into our displacement. And now this can get plugged into our surface. Go ahead and save that. Now, this is just the white texture. We're going to want the black as well. And we could do that hand painting it, honestly. Probably make the strength of this a little bit less for the bump. A little hard to judge in the material preview over here. Okay, so we're going to do a mix shader. And the area that's going to be white is going to be just completely black. And we'll do an image texture now. Plug that into our FAC. And fantastic. So now if we create a new one, we're going to call this character skin, I think. Character eyes, probably. And we'll just hit save. If we go over to our, or just want to preview it now, I suppose. If we go over to our texture paint, we're going to paint on where the eyes are supposed to be. Also, I suppose where the nose is supposed to be as well. Okay. It's going to be a little difficult to do because of how dark everything is. So I might turn that up or something. We're going to have to do something else here, I think. One moment. Maybe if we did it where... Let's delete this. Call this character eyes v2 and make the color white. New image. Now if we go to texture paint, wow, it is still equally hard to see. There's got to be a way to add some kind of like reflectiveness or something to make it a little easier to see. I can't do this without seeing where the eyeballs are. Well, there he is. Just do it over here. I'm going to turn off the texture mask now and also have no texture. What we want to do is just paint where the eye sockets are going to be, where it's going to be black. It's okay to make mistakes. We can go back and fix it. A little sloppy. That's okay. That's the only one that probably turned out okay. All right, let's whoopsies, go in and clean some of this up. Just a little bit there. Not too bad. Also missed a whole bunch, but now it's pretty bad. Let's just clean that up real quick. Oh, probably too much of the... Just a little bit gone there. Okay, and now this one over here, I suppose, we just... It's pretty hard to do with a mouse. Okay, that works. Okay, so now looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and do image save. We're going to call that character ISB2. That's fine. Totally fine. So now if we go to back to our layout, probably going to want to put that in the bottom one there. And then now if we view this, it's going to put white everywhere that we have white. And then it's going to put nothing everywhere that we have black. So as it loads that, fantastic. Now it did create some issues down there, but that's actually weirdly a cool effect, but not what we want. Not what we want. I don't want to hand paint everything again, but I think I'm going to have to. Let's create a new material here called, just duplicate this guy. And then this one will be material 02 that we just created. And it will only have that. Yeah. And now if we, let's say we go over to our multi-res and hit the apply button, we can now go into edit mode. Oh, I probably should have done it on the other one. Oh well. Lessons learned too late. If we deselect everything now, and then we're just going to select this bottom one here, we can apply our second material that we have. I'm just hoping everything kind of still works. Yes, it does. Fantastic. So we'll go ahead and save that now. And one more thing I might want to do, the eyeballs, we can, instead of just making them black holes, we can duplicate this and then maybe make a reflective surface. So if it's like completely reflective. That way we can maybe get some little eye glints in there. I don't know. This might be a bad idea. But we're going to try it out anyways. All right. Go to render view here. You got a little bit of a reflection in there, and that's cool. That's pretty cool. I like it, guys. Now we just got to render it out. Got to render it. Got to comp it. I think we want more light on this grass here. Let's do that. Let's get a little bit more light on the grass here. So we're going to go back over to our lights, area light. Orlando Caicedo, welcome into the chat. How are you doing there, buddy? Okay, that adds a lot of bloom there. Let's maybe turn off volume scatter. Where's the camera? It went out. It's what happens when I do these long streams. The camera battery goes out. Let's turn the... Oh, man. Do we want the angle? Let's try this. Let's try that. You need the VTuber. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a little annoying to set up. That's the only thing. Like I would have turned it on. It's just a little annoying to set up. Cuz like in order for me to do it, I have to like set up a Zoom call and then screen share from the Zoom call. Whoa, that actually works out pretty nice. Wait a second. Let's do that. That's cool, actually. That's a cool effect. I hate this color of this grass, but we can fix those things. We can fix that, guys. I love how this is so silhouetted. We can't even see the detail that we added. Yeah, we're doing an October kind of live stream thing. That's the plan, is that we'll be doing one creepy one a week. Or not a creepy one. I suppose it's just a live stream. But yes, we will be doing more horror related. Last week we did like kind of like a bit of a Freddy Krueger thing. It was kind of cool. That's cool. I like that design a little bit. Just increase the intensity a little bit more, I think. Made a Thanos zombie. That's dope. Did you sculpt it? Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that. This all looks pretty nice. I think we just need to render it out at this point. And then we'll comp it. I think that's what we're going to do. And yes, we're going to comp in today's stream. That's the plan. So what we'll do is we'll see how long this takes to render, but I'm going to set up a few different things. Let's go to our render layers, do objects and materials, and then I'm going to do a normal pass just in case. I don't think I'm going to need it, but never know. And finally, our color management settings. I have my... What the heck? Well, that's not good. That's really not good, actually. How did I not notice this? Oh, how did I not notice this? Oh, this is going to be really annoying, isn't it? Oh my goodness. This is going to be really annoying. Okay. Linear Rec 709. Okay, so that's going to be the output. I doubt it's going to tag correctly inside of Nuke, but, you know what? I forgot till now to double check my color management settings because I thought it was just all ready to go. But no, it wasn't. And now if I do it now, it's probably going to break all the textures. So, yeah, it's not going to happen. Let's just render this out. We'll hope for the best. We'll hope for the best. We'll do this and go here. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. It does say it's going to take 27 minutes. I'm really hoping it doesn't. Yeah, I think it looks pretty cool, especially just out of Blender. I think it's going to... Oh, there's my funny little... Should probably turn that off as well. Once I can comp it and everything, I think it's going to be pretty sweet. Looks like we got a bit of a highlight here. I'm gonna have to fix that. Might have to fix that indeed. Let's open up the Discords. Wow, Marvin Studios. That looks pretty dope. I know you were already probably gone, but oh no, you're still here. The game looks pretty nice, man. I should probably not play the music just in case it's copyrighted. That looks cool, man. What's the red circle? Is that going to be like a future menu or something? You got a zombie following you. Yeah, got a zombie following you. That's cool stuff, man. Yeah, back in the day, I used to actually make video games in Blender back when they had a game engine inside of Blender. That was a while ago, though. So, this stuff looks great, dude. And it disables stream mode so I can see who's messaging. Oh, we get new people in the Discord? That's awesome. That's awesome. I haven't been to the showcase in a minute. Oh, holy cow. Yeah, I saw I guess I didn't see this. I guess Victor posted in there his moose stuff. That was a little while ago. Yeah, you're not seeing what I'm seeing because I have it on my left screen instead, but it's the Discord. It's just the Discord. You guys can see it right here. But I was just looking at the moose stuff. Look at this, man. Victor, you outdone yourself. That's cool. But yeah, anyone who's here that is not part of the Discord, go join it. Link to that is in the description. Got 30 seconds and this is done. So we are going to go ahead and start comping this shot. I'm going to open up Nuke right now, and then that way we could bring it in and do our stuff with it. Oh, dude, this build expires in a week. Should probably get the new version downloaded. Okay. All right, guys. We're going to open this up. Shouldn't be too hard to comp because we got mostly everything what we wanted. I think my biggest concern right now is that my biggest, did I even save that? Image, save as. I almost didn't save it and closed it. That would have been crazy. That would have been crazy. All right, 3D out. Let's call this render. And I'll save this as version 1. We'll call this render. Normally I would probably actually have this, and we'll do override. We'll keep it linear rec 709. You know what? I just don't think it's going to work, but just, you know what I might have to do on this one? 4 hours? Yes, sir. 4 hours. We're finishing this stream today, Ben. We're finishing this stream today. All right, let's go over here to 3D out, render, version 1. There we go. Go ahead and copy this into our path over here, and then we're just going to import our image. Now, it's not going to look correct, so we're actually have to shuffle this, but it's not going to look correct just because I am using a different thing, which is annoying. So let's go to our color options now, and this is Blender 4.1. Go to 4.5. I can actually select the exact same color management settings that I'm using. Boom. Now it looks exactly the same. It's a little frustrating because I don't want to use this config file. I like using my other config file. but this will work for now. So let's go ahead and do some general color grading. I feel like we want this to be a little contrastier. I like the idea that the sky is a little punchier and brighter up there. Right now it's not. So let's use like a bit of some exposure here, and then I don't know. Let's use like a keyer or something like that. Use a keyer, you can kind of get the areas that you want to have brighter, like so, without too much. Just make sure that we're not using our character as well. But we can use a mask then, probably throw a roto in there. I'm also, just for right now, we'll set this so it's HD. Let's go ahead and set this to HD 1080. And so now when we go into this guy, we want the sky, primarily this section here, probably a little closer to that. And I'm going to use a blur node. Set that to mask. Now, ideally what's happening is we get the Luma key here, and then we get just that section of the sky is essentially what we want. And then we can plug that into our exposure node here to kind of get everything else. So I'm going to clean this up a little bit. Just add a dot node in and allow for some more organization that we might have. Beautiful. Now through this exposure node, we can actually just like kind of like make that really punchy there. That's like, you know, what I want. Might remove the saturation a little bit from that section as well. Just a little bit, just a smidge, not a lot. Perfect. That's great. The other thing I might want to do, and I like doing like some God ray type thing or like volume rays. I really love some volume rays, guys. So if you throw like some of this in here, we can even get the mask from our alpha over here. And if we set your volume pass to something like that, maybe even a little to the top left, go view that. We're going to get all of these volumes. Now this is coming from our alpha. So our alpha channel is basically feeding that in. And that gives us the ability to create these God rays. So I'm just going to probably create the ray length to be a little larger. And then let's do ray pre-blur a little more because we don't need anything specific. We're just trying to, it's a little bit from the clouds, just a little bit. So that way we're getting some shading that's kind of coming through here. Okay, fantastic. Now we take this guy and we're just going to merge him back over top of our original image. So you set that to like a nice plus or even a screen. And we're just going to bring him down. Now, if we do this, let's see, we probably don't want that highlight so much. So do you mind if I put the link to the cults page? Cults? What do you mean? I don't know what cult is. You're talking about, I don't know what you're talking about. See, I don't know if I want this based off of that exposure knob there. Probably here. Ooh. That's better. Just want these like kind of ray lengths in here of like 500. We want them way bigger. 1,000. That's cool. We'll just get a little bit more of these God rays in. So now when we comp it back in, it's not blowing everything out.
do over real quick. And let's kind of want to make sure that these are super visible. So we'll just boost the gain, but take the lift a little further down. Not by much. There we go. Now we're getting those God rays in there. That was sweet. Colts is a page for selling STL models. Yeah, I would. You know what? I'm gonna let you do it just because I know you've been in the group for a while. Just don't spam is all I ask. So you can post it, but just don't send it a bunch of times. That's all I would say. Not that I think you would. I'm just throwing that out there. Okay, probably something like that, or that. I like that. I think overall I want the saturation a little lower, like or not. You know what I do want to do is fix the grass. So let's go ahead and add a grade node in here now, and probably use a crypto mat. Okay. Now, what we want is this grass. Probably material. That'll be the most. I'm going to select all of these guys. There we go. So we've got the weeds, we've got the grass, we've got whatever that is. So base soil, perfect. Now when we go back in, I want this to be like lighter, and I want it to be like a different color, which we'll do with two different knobs. Why not? So we'll just set this to like a little bit more. I don't really like that. I kind of want to. Maybe I want to. Maybe I want to set the white point to this green here. And then I want the, you know what I might want? Let's try this. Let's go to our streams folder here, find that reference image. Just like that color of the green so much better. That's probably correct. Everything is so much more desaturated. But yeah, if you go to our grade here, if we set the gain value to this green, like something like that. Now, if we go back to this guy, whoa. Did it not do it? Did it, oh, I might not have had that selected. I don't like it at all. Okay. Overall, I might want the exposure just lifted a smidge. I think. And I kind of don't want it in the sky, so what I might do is do this, but then invert. Maybe not. Not really in love right now. I think I want a lens distortion node. Just a little bit of character. Okay. Okay, I like that. I'm going to throw that at the very end. But there's other stuff I'm going to do. We're going to throw some glows in here, guys. Who doesn't like a little bit of glowing action? You know what I might actually do also? Let's see. We have... Let's just make sure that's updated. Okay. Oh, and I might do this also with the volume raise real quick. Let's do a keyer again. Let's put that over here. And what we really want is just like that. And let's see, throw another merge with a little roto action going on here. And just select that. Now, yeah, I guess it's only this side that we're really seeing. But what we can do now is we can do another volume ray thing. And let's just grab that from the top with this as the mask. And yeah, let's double click this guy now, and we're just going to duplicate him. What we want you to do is be right in the middle of the light. Somewhere around there, I suppose. There we go. We're going to get all of this crap, which is amazing. Yes. Probably pre-blur the crap out of this. There we go. We didn't want that whole light. Just want this. Now, let's turn the pre-blur down. And there you go. Let's merge that on top of that. That's okay. It's not great. Now, I think just double that up. That's cool. I don't really like this still. Not really much I'm willing to do about it, though. Turn on probably a little bit of a diffraction glow. I want to turn the size down, though. Yeah, I like that. We all like a bit of a vignette. Okay. And a smidge of halation. No, I suppose we could live without it. Okay, so there we go. That's not too bad. Yeah, and so then once we add that distortion on there, probably throw a crop in as well. Church is a little lost. It is pretty back there. I mean, this was already going to be lost. It's just because I had not lit it as much. This, however, we could probably bring a little bit more of that detail back in. It's just unfortunate. I think yeah, I think what we want. Oh, that's cool. I actually prefer that. Wow. Remove the contrast. It's less contrast. Less contrast. I'm going to just double that up. Hmm. Kind of want these lights to extend further. Just missing it. There we go. Okay. So now we've got like these really nice God rays, but I think it's just blowing it out a little bit too much. So let's see. And then with this, let's just put a little bit of a color grade on it. Okay. Yeah. That's working. Let's do regrain here. change the grain size to be a little smaller. Now, just think. This is getting a little messy over here, guys. Just think that he's not as punchy as I'd like him to be. Let's try that with another cryptomat. And throw this guy onto that cryptomat, I think. And let's see. We want the highlights now. Okay, we want you. That's what we want. Hello, sir. You're mine. And then let's take here, we'll take the highlights and just punch them up a bit. Which we might need these ranges of these highlights. Yeah, a little bit more. There we go. We're slowly getting them. See that? A little extra punch. And if we close that now, just jump back over here. We're going to get nice little extra pizzazz. I think a little bit of... Yeah, I think here's the thing with the grass. Like, it's kind of working, but not really. Here's what I want. Let's throw another mat on here. Man, my nodes are messy, guys. We're just gonna do this. And we'll just swap that to like a stencil, I think. Or a mask. Beautiful. Okay, so that should be better. Okay. I don't hate that. Wish it won't do it to the bloom that we're doing here. I think that's the thing I don't like about it. Plus this, I think. And then if we use that in conjunction with this this grade node here, I think, and then we do invert of that essentially. So we'll say is, hey, invert that. So now this should primarily stay the same. I mean, we can always test this, right? Like just go boom. You see that? Looks a lot less dead. And I want that warmth to feel warm in comparison. I think the only other thing I might add to that mask is so we've got our guy here. I might want this. So let's see. If we do like a mask kind of like this, we'll set that to RGBA and we'll say, hey, A over mask, right? Let's do blur, probably something like that. Essentially what we're doing is we're getting just that section. Just want just the edges of it. Like so. And again, we're just going back to our mask here. We'll just merge this with this. So now we're just keeping that warmth in a little bit more. Because I think that's the trick, right? Like the whole image should feel cooler except for the area right here. I really like that. And even so, I might even punch it up a little bit more. So now that we do actually have this mask like all put together, throw a grade node into that. And we might say, hey, let's make it a little less blue. Make it a little warmer. Just punch up specifically that area right there. And I think really that's the key. Might might want this to be a little bit more now. So if we throw a grade node on it, just lighten it up. And yeah. Okay. The only thing we're really not liking, or I'm not liking, is this. And there's not really an easy way of fixing it. So I'm going to just hand paint it out. It's not supposed to be super visible, so I don't really care that there's no detail here. Just make that like a really small value. And I don't think anyone will ever know. It's just gone now. Because it's just, there's so much bloom in front of it. I hand painted a little bit of detail so that way there's something. But, you know, I think we can get away with everything there. Cool. So, yeah, there's our lantern light. I think that fixes that quite a bit. Easy fix, 100%. Especially when you're dealing with still images, I think like you get away with so much more. Okay, this. Let's try slight bit of saturation change as well. Just slight. I don't think this is the right thing. Oh, that's affecting our lantern there. That's not good. Oh, right. So if this is the, whoopsies, our saturation of that, and then this is an invert, correct? Yes. So now if we go back in here, invert that a little bit. Keep going back to it like I want to desat it, and I think it looks more cinematic desaturated. I like it. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? That actually turned out pretty. I like that. I was a little concerned there for a moment. I think it turned out. There we go. Now we got some eyes. A little bit of eyes never hurt anyone, right? I like that the one had it, so I just added it to the other one. There we go. Oh, we should probably save this, right? Do you think that would be a good idea? Maybe we should save it. You like it more with the bluish tint? I don't know. You know, it does look good too. I felt like desaturated feels more. You know what? You might be right. You might be right. It's okay for me to be wrong. Just that way the alpha's set, so that way whenever I do any deliverables, I'll be good. Okay, guys. Well, I think that is. I think if I were to do more, I'd probably put a window back there. But then again, I feel like that would draw away from what I really want the audience to be looking at is this. I think there could be a subtle. I think we get away with something like this. Let's try a decent sized blur. We can live without it. I think it's nice too, but it's like I can live without that. All right, guys. So I think that will be it for today's live stream. This is our spooky animated film kind of rendered. Yeah. I think it kind of works. A horror movie. Yeah, I mean, I think it looks like a, I think it's fun. I think it looks cool. I think we set out to make what we made, and we made something. And I don't think it's an exact replica of, obviously, but I do really enjoy what we created here. So I think that works for me for today's live stream. Obviously, if you guys like the video, please hit the like button below and subscribe if you guys haven't already. We are almost at 5,000 subscribers. Very excited. The rest of this month, we're going to be doing more Spook October live stream-esque things. So make sure to be checking in. Next week we'll be doing a whole nother thing. And obviously I'm trying to get these done in one live stream. I don't want to do like part one, part twos. That's the whole thing about this month, is that we're trying to get everything done in one day. So last week, even though it wasn't October, I did a day for night scary kind of like vibey VFX shot. Today we're doing this CG render. And very, I don't know what we'll do next week. I mean, the options are endless. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to do there, but thank you guys for watching. And this was a decent sized live stream, a decent length live stream. Ben's gonna have a fun time cutting this one down. Yeah. So good luck, Ben. We appreciate you. And and for all you guys, thank you so much for joining. I'll see you guys next week on the next live stream. Goodbye.